and other activities, a fishing permit if you want to wet a line, and oh yeah, a 6-foot leash for Scruffy, your pet. Thank you, and we hope to see you out there. By the way, you can get all kinds of information on the Nebraska State Parklands through the Game and Parks website. That web address is outdoornebraska.gov. Are you going fishing? I thought so. For proper catch and release fishing this season to ensure fish survival, I want you to remember these important things. Land the fish as quickly as possible. Handle the fish as little as possible. Keep the fish in the water as much as possible. And release the fish as fast as possible. Enjoy your fishing experience, and we'll see you out there. I'm Greg Wagner with Nebraska Game and Parks.
The backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone. This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
What the heck is this bull junk? Number one, I'm hearing myself coming back to me in my earpiece. Number two, we're starting 2 minutes early today.
Yeah, Josh said he was going to go until 2.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Man, it's not only like we're working overtime, we're working over overtime. This is like that stupid Illinois Penn State game that would never end. Okay, dueling 2-point conversions. Oh, college football, you're so smart. I didn't expect to go on a rant today because listen, this is a 5-star day. It is beautiful out here. It is gorgeous. I mean, the humidity is low. There's just a little bit of a breeze, just a few puffy clouds. Here, we'll turn on Wrigley cam. You can see there's the
my
clouds. Look at the beautiful puffy clouds.
John, those are like Pixar-looking clouds, man. It looks like you're in a Pixar film.
Well, that's because I am. I'm in a Pixar film. There's our flowers. Look, I even have palm trees. I mean,
man,
I'm
it's beautiful.
Set. Yeah, it's gorgeous out here. I'm telling you, I ain't lying, man. It's beautiful out here. It's a 5-star day. So I guess if we had to, be here the day after the holiday when no one else is working,
yeah,
I guess this is the day to do it. Cheers, everyone.
Yeah, John, I forgot. Yeah, Joey has made it in. Thank you, Joey. We appreciate you. Thank you for your service.
And thank you for remembering Fun Shirt Friday.
Yeah.
Nice up, Josh.
Damn it. I'll go to the closet during the next commercial break. John, so I forgot 2 things.
Come out of the closet. Oh, boy.
Wow, John. John. I forgot Fun Shirt Friday. Tough look for me. I also forgot that you were doing the show from your deck. I could have done the show from my deck today. I forgot lots of things.
Well, as long as you remembered all your fingers and toes, that's all. It's the only thing that matters. But yes, we are here. We are live. And not only is it a Fun Shirt Friday, this is my birthday present. So I don't know how well this is going to look because, I got the weird, bad camera contrast.
Horrible camera.
let's turn on. Let's see. Oh, Wrigley Cam is flaking out here. Hang on a second. Let's turn
Wrigley,
on.
get down.
Here's a Wrigley Cam. By the way, she's down in the yard somewhere.
Yeah.
She was there barking. But check out. Who's
Oh, look at that.
My Fun Shirt Friday.
Look at that.
That's my girl.
Now that's cool.
Neat.
There's even matching shorts, but I didn't want to wear the shorts because there's actually swim trunks, which, I don't know about you. I don't like wearing swim trunks if I'm not going swimming. But.
Yeah, I did that in Vegas, and then I only did it for one of the days in Vegas because I was like, I don't want to wear these another day.
Yeah. So we're here, and this is topic alert.
Jan 6 in July.
Yeah, along those lines, look at what we got from Jacob, John. Look at this. January 6th in July, baby.
There we go.
Oh, Lord. Lord.
I love it.
Yeah.
But, this is just a random day where we're just going to spew topics. We're just going to, there's no guests today.
No.
It's you, it's us. That's it. No Kent Wogamount, no movie club, no other guests. And unless, we get a surprise or two or the cops show up at my house for some reason. Maybe Miss Wrigley, if she decides to come back up here on the deck. But other than that, it's just us. And we're going to do the most summary of summer sports radio we have ever done in the history of this program.
We've been threatening this for years. We have said, we should do a show where all we did is summer topics and dumb debates and all these things. Not hashtag dumb debates, just you and I debating things very dumb like we usually do. Today, we're finally making it happen. We're finally going to make it happen.
Yep. So on the docket today, well, you know what? I'm not even going to tease it. There's not even a Grum down. There's not. Well, I've got graphics, but I did do a little work today. I will admit I did do a little work, but I did not do a Grum down.
Okay.
I did not do
that said, it is still the pretend Grum down is brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Card. We can still say that.
Yes, the pretend Grum down on this Jan 6 in July is brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. So we start with the obligatory, how was your holiday? Because, it's like we're coming off a weekend when it really wasn't a weekend. It was just one day off randomly in the middle of the week. But how was everyone's 4th of July?
Good. There was the whole thing hanging over it, though, John, that we were going to have to work today. And so as much as I enjoyed yesterday, as much as I enjoyed the day off, Riss did a lot of cooking, a lot of baking, and I was helping out as much as I could in terms of like cleaning things and putting things away. There was the whole time just thinking, man, it feels like a weekend, but it's really not a weekend. That said, we ate really good food, so it was good from that perspective.
Yeah, it was good. Mom and Dad made it down, and we watched the boys shoot off fireworks. We actually, the other reason I got Wrigley Cam out, we might even take a tour around the yard today just to see how clean everything is. I got everything cleaned up. It's all clean. I took it off. I cleaned it off. I put it away. But yeah, it's it was a nice day. I got my Wrigley shirt. The boys got me my boys they're smart kids. The office chair that I normally would be sitting in if I were doing the show at home downstairs.
Yeah.
Was one of the recycled chairs from when we last changed out office furniture there at 50th and Capitol.
Oh, you took one home?
Yeah, well, they were all sitting outside and they were still, they definitely looked worn. But they were still very sittable, very good. And so I took home like 6 years ago or whatever it was.
Nice.
And that's what I've been using. But yeah, it's seen better days. I mean, there was holes in the armrests and it was like the fake leather stuff was flaking off and the boys got me they got me a new office chair.
Oh.
So that was nice. So it was
happy birthday to John.
Happy late birthday.
Yeah, mom made me my blueberry pie. The wife made me a cake, but sadly well, let's just say that Pete Carroll might have been interested in watching the cake collapse.
No! Inside job on the cake collapsing.
Apparently, the toothpicks. Apparently, whatever heat source is being used is enough to melt toothpicks. And the cake just went.
Oh
And
no.
it was very delicious cake. It was like it's called a ding dong cake. You know what ding dongs are, right? The Hostess cake.
Yeah.
Yeah, every Hostess cake is, Hostess cakes are just like Mexican food. It's the same X number of ingredients, just in different packaging. The ho-ho and the ding-dong are basically the same thing. It's just a different packaging. But it's called a ding-dong cake, and so it's, layer of chocolate, layer of frosting, layer of chocolate, layer of frosting. Very simple. And it just collapsed. And so it just ended up as this pile of mush. But it was still very good. It's still very delicious. So we had that, just grilled some hot dogs. So, a very nice Fourth. It was loud. It was, crazy, but I would say on this neighborhood scale of nuclear holocaust, it was like a 6 on a 10-point scale.
Are you worried about tonight? Are you worried because it was a Thursday that we still have the Friday shenanigans that are going to happen tonight on July 5th?
I don't think so, because I haven't heard anything this morning, right?
Yeah.
Or this afternoon. I think everyone kind of got it out of their system, and now they're off doing other things. So I'm not too worried. Wrigley's already, she's chilling. So I was happy for all the dogs this morning. I'm sure they all woke up like it was it was just like the greatest day ever. Because now it's 364 days from the worst day of their lives.
Yeah.
So congrats to all the dogs out there. Cheers to you.
Yeah. Banks, it's very nice. Every time we go out over the last few days, neighbors will ask, hey, how's your dog doing? How's your dog doing? And man, of all of his weird foibles, like for some reason he keeps wanting to hump his bed today. Don't know what's going on with that, John, but 4th of July never bothers him. Fireworks never bother him. I took him out for the last time last night at like 10:15. So, we're entering heart of firework night. Doesn't care. Just doesn't care. Just sniffing and peeing, which was very nice.
That's cool.
Very good.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I'm Wrigley used to be okay with fireworks. Gio, he was never scared of fireworks. Now, the last couple of years, he was half deaf anyway. So it really didn't bother him. But he would love it. He'd sit outside with us all night. But Wrigley, she's kind of wussed out over the years. But either way, it was a good 4th. I hope everyone out there had a safe 4th of July. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Topic alert?
I saw this on. Yes, topic alert. I saw this.
10-6 in July.
I saw this on the Omaha Scanner last night.
Yes, I did see this.
Somebody who had to have the emergency units come out.
Not great.
Because he guzzled something that he thought was water, and it turned out to be gasoline.
Yeah.
Now,
you have a lot of questions about this, and I thought that the question that you asked on Twitter today or last night, whenever it was perhaps the most important question of them all.
I don't know how many of you are familiar with gasoline. As a proud gas mower, I'm very familiar with gasoline. Yeah. It's got a very distinct smell, and it's not subtle. It's kind of like that, that one person who would never shower in junior high gym class, and instead of doing that, they would just cake themselves down. Now, the last few years, it's been the Axe body spray, but back in my day, they just bring in some cheap Old Spice or something and just douse their body head to toe.
Yeah.
It's the most pervasive smell of all the smells out there. How anyone could even lift the thing up to their face and not smell the gas. And then the moment it touched their lips, now I've never done this, but
drinking gasoline.
Drinking gasoline, but I've known people who have siphoned gas. When you're trying.
I never have either. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, topic alert. Have you ever siphoned gas before?
Good question.
Well, that's the question on Twitter.
951-16. Yeah. 402-951-1620. The moment that stuff touches your tongue, so the concept of them guzzling or chugging, I think was the actual term that was used. I don't know about this. That person was either way drunk or has the worst COVID after effect of anybody anywhere, because there's no way you could guzzle gasoline.
That's what Mark says on Twitter. Had to have COVID. The worst case of COVID ever. That does make sense. Maybe they had COVID.
Yeah, it was bad, but I hopefully that dude pulled through.
Dude, that's nasty. You want to talk about something?
Oh.
I've talked about this before, and I know that you probably know the feeling, especially with like a clear drink, like you go in expecting water and it's Sprite, or you go in expecting Sprite and it's water. Even if you like the taste of Sprite and the taste of water, you go in expecting one thing and you get the other. It's horrible. It's like walking up a thing of stairs and the extra stairs not there once you get to the top. I cannot imagine taking a drink of something, expecting it to be whatever, beer, liquor, water, and it being gas. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that would just be gross. Also, you have to go to the hospital. Not good.
No, because you might end up, sitting next to Harper Murray for some reason.
Wow. Wow.
It's current events. This
sports.
This proves that we're live.
Yep.
Yes,
yep,
Harper Murray injured her fingers last night. We're not sure how. I got a few guesses. Probably trying on rings at Shields. I don't know.
There you go.
Anyway,
Yep. Indeed.
I did have something like that happen to me once when we were at one of our. In fact, it was a 4th of July party many, many years ago. When we would always go out to Lake Ventura there in Fremont, and one of my dad's friends, Rod, was like, I came out, I was coming out of the water. I was like, oh, I'm so thirsty. And Rod's got this, freaking cocktail glass, but it's clear liquid in front of him. He says, "You need water?" Yeah, I need a drink of water. Just shoves the glass into my hand, and I start to go, and it was freaking vodka. And I was like, I'm like 10 years old. This is horrible. But yeah, so I know that feeling. It's not a pleasant one.
Yeah, indeed. A couple comments. Aaron texting into the show says, I also love remembering how much John was against another dog, and now Wrigley is so important to him and Daddy's little girl. That's the most old thing in the world, where the pet you didn't want becomes the most important person to the house, to the dad. It's so awesome. Pets that fathers didn't want to love. Why is that the case? Because it always happens.
Yeah, dogs are special. We all know it. Dogs are special. They have their ways. And Miss Wrigley, I don't know. Maybe we call her up here. Wrigley, get up. Riggs. She might be over in her bush right now. The rabbit bush. She loves that. She is so obsessed.
She's a big fan of the bush.
There are big fan of the bush. The bunnies, who got to be the dumbest animals in the world. Basically
behind deer
in a dog's backyard. Though, unlike deer, who just run in front of cars, stupid. The rabbits are pretty good at getting away from her. But she might be down there. She'll make an appearance at some point. I'm getting requests here. People want to see the gas mower.
Yeah. You gonna go to your garage and get your lawnmower to show it to us later, John?
Well, that's why I got Wrigley Cam hooked up here. I can go mobile. I'll
honk for the Huskers, baby. Bring it back.
That's what we did, a few years ago.
Remember COVID?
Most of the neighbors are gone. I mean, I think they got smart. They left the neighborhood because they probably knew I was coming out on the back deck, and they didn't want to listen to me ramble on for 4 hours.
Yeah, they heard you talk about it recently. Jed tweets in, John, on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Topic alert.
Jed's working today.
What is the worst thing you ever drank or ate that you thought was going to be something else? I once ordered a tall Jaeger/Red Bull and got a tall Jaeger/Rumpel instead. Was awful.
A Rumpel?
Rumpel mixed with Jaeger.
What is Rumpel? I'm not familiar.
Rumpel is let's see. It's a peppermint liquor.
Ooh,
peppermint liquor.
Yeah. Because the Red Bull, which kind of tastes like, I guess, it's a typical energy drink flavor, right?
Yeah.
Not great. Peppermint is not. There are many flavors that like iced tea. Very chuggable. Gasoline, not very chuggable. Anything minty.
Unless you have a death wish.
Anything minty, not chuggable.
You think so?
Cinnamon, pepper. I mean, think about it. Would you chug anything that's like got a strong, because like all peppermint or mint, liquors or schnapps, they're very strong, right?
Yes, very, very.
Very, very, very mint forward, right?
Yep.
You can't chug that stuff. You're going there, and Jed, he basically mainlines, the stuff. Yeah, that'd be bad. That'd be really bad. I'm trying to think.
I ordered a rum and Coke once, and this was before I liked whiskey, and it was also, whiskey. But I took a huge drink of the rum and Coke, and it was some god-awful whiskey. And, John, I'm serious. I ended up throwing up within, 30 seconds because it hit my stomach, and I didn't like it. And I was like, my mouth immediately starts watering, and I'm like, this is gross. This is gross. Not a good time.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? I should have had you upload this video, too. So before the hot dog eating contest yesterday, they had the lemonade chugging contest.
Oh, I didn't see this. No.
Oh yeah, I saw this.
Yeah, so they get this big, I think it's a quart, maybe it's more, of lemonade, big old jar, like you would mix lemonade in, and chug it. First one done wins, and the winner's up there, and I can't remember the winner. He's been a famous competitive eater. I don't remember his name. Anyway, he wins, and the guy right next to him, he is struggling from the jump. I mean, he's taking, he's drinking, and he's like, and then he goes back in. I mean, I don't even think he gets like a third of the way through. The contest ends. The champ he's got his belt. They give him the belt, and they're celebrating, and he just starts heaving. This other. It's just like, and you can hear the crowd. It's on Twitter, you can see it.
It's see it on
there. The TikTok, but the guy's he's like leaned over the deal, and I don't know how much space there is between the table, because it's on an elevated stage, and the front row of spectators. But this dude is like projectile vomiting. I mean, it's just like this. It's like turning on the hose onto the strongest setting. It's like, bah! All over the place, and it's like 3 times, and you can hear the crowd just going, yeah,
YouTube user says that it was 1 gallon of lemonade in 21 seconds.
Yeah, but this dude, the barf
gross.
Dude, I mean, I swear he didn't get through a fourth of it, and he was like all over the place, but it's hilarious.
That's a lot of lemonade, man.
It is a lot of lemonade. Lemonade's a little more chuggable, but imagine if that were.
Is it cold though, man? If it's cold, like it's not going to give you brain freeze as bad as ice cream will. But man, you drink a lot of a cold drink in a short amount of time, and it's going to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to hurt.
Probably. Yeah, you're probably right on that.
Well, how about this from Adam? Adam Kruger, friend of the Grum. When I was 10, my grandma said she was going to make me some Kool-Aid while I played basketball outside. I came back in and started chugging a glass of red liquid. Turned out it was a Bloody Mary. That is nasty. Also, shout out to Adam. He had to be the cool kid in his friend group. He had alcohol at 10 years old.
Oh, man, that's harsh. That is harsh. 402-951-1620. That's the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. You can tweet the Grum as Adam did at USC 1620. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. You can email if you want. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Friends, we haven't yet begun to gross you out, because coming up next, as we get into the gist of all of our topics today, I wasn't sure if we were doing a crossover, so this was going to be like the first topic, but it turns out, this was the first topic.
Yeah.
But, well, we'll just save it, but I'll just warn you right now. It could get a little gross. It could get a little Becca-y.
Oh no!
But it's a story all around the Hollywood scribes. The Hollywood scribes need something to distract them from the fact that Joe Biden's on his
What's he on?
He's on a certain kind of bed. It's not a good bed.
Interesting.
But this one's making all the rounds in Hollywood, and it has to do with explosive diarrhea.
All right.
So that I promise there will be sports today, but this is Topic alert, Jan 6 in July on Unsportsmanlike Conduct and 1620 The Zone.
Jan 6 in July.
Previously on the crossover.
It's a very
Drop the
baseball-y
thumb.
name. It's
Yeah.
like
Drop
naming
the
your
E.
kid Mickey.
Yeah,
Freddie,
if
Freddie.
your name Mickey Mantle, like you're destined to be a great baseball player.
What was his full name? Michelob?
Michelob Mantle.
What was Mickey Mantle's real name?
His name was Mickey Charles Mantle.
I think it was
Michelob.
Michelob Mantle.
And he-
Michelob Mantle.
Wow.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides. From the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your afternoon with a high of 81 today in Omaha and a bit breezy with northwesterly gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Staying clear tonight, a low of 61 with light winds. Tomorrow, your Saturday, a severe weather day for a chance of scattered showers and storms into the afternoon, few of which may become severe with large hail and damaging winds possible. A high of 84. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KUTV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Worried about damage from the recent storms? J-Tech Construction is a local company you can count on to make your home right again. We are the official exterior experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction's team of experts can help you with your insurance restoration process. Turn to who the Huskers turn to and call 402-261-3682 today for your free assessment. Whether it's hail, wind, or just time for an update, J-Tech Construction's team is the trained local solution you can count on. Call 402-261-3682 today.
ZZ Top, the Elevation Tour. October 1st, Liberty First Credit Union Arena. Play all their classic hits. ZZ Top. On sale now at libertyfirstcreditunionarena.com or at the box office.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Host Coffee stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
He's puffing on something, and something's coming out.
On 1620 The Zone.
Jan 6 in July.
Welcome back. It's Topic Alert, Jan 6 in July day. Should we, while we have a second, should we test the roving camera and make sure it's working today? Should we?
Sure.
See if this is going to work. Because, you know, I plotted ahead. Now I gotta put the earbuds in so I can have microphone access. And, of course, wouldn't you know who won the pony? The stupid thing got tangled up. Go ahead and talk amongst yourselves for a minute while I get this. Okay, let's turn on. Let's bring up
to a great start here.
Yeah, we're off to an excellent start here.
Mm.
All right, Wrigley cam. Here we go, baby. Here we go.
All right, so John is taking off his headphones. Let's see how this works. Now he has the other headphones on. John, can you? Oh, the Wrigley cam is muted though, and now it's unmuted. John, can
now
you hear?
Now it's unmuted. Got
nice.
us.
Oh yeah.
You hear him?
Excellent. All right, here we go. Let's do a quick roll.
Okay, here's the thing that I want to know about, John. I want to know about this grill deck situation because you're on your deck right now. You've told us about this glorious grill deck.
This is the big deck.
Yep. Indeed. Yeah, it's a nice looking deck, John.
We had it repainted. Well, it's a little worn here, and we had it. We painted it last year.
I'd say it looks pretty nice.
There's the new bush I planted.
Nice.
There's the rabbit bush.
Oh,
let's see if we can find. Let's see. I bet Miss Wrigley is hiding under the grill deck.
You think so?
I bet that's where she is. She likes to kind of hide out there. There's my new back garden that I just put in.
Look at you, Gardener
Oh,
John.
no, She isn't back there. Where'd she go?
She probably finds your takes annoying.
Yeah, there's the grill deck right there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So that's
Grill
off the
deck.
kitchen?
Yeah, that's off the kitchen right there.
Okay.
The grill's covered. It's worn. That whole deck needs to be redone.
Yeah.
It's getting bad, but there it is. There's the infamous grill deck. It's not that big.
It's the
That's
grill
what she
deck, though,
said.
John.
That's what she said.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Here. Oh, look, another stick. This tree. By the way, someone was asking which are the trees that never shed their leaves. There's one. There's the other. Those leaves are not coming down until February.
Oh, wow. And then they'll just regrow right away.
Yeah. They're basically bare for like 2 months. Riggs.
YouTube
Wrigley.
user writes 2 decks. Nice to see how the other half lives. Yeah, indeed. It is very nice. A couple comments, John, coming in.
Where did she go?
Who knows? Probably inside.
I didn't let her inside.
Oh, I figured that you guys were one of those fancy people that has the little doggy door. It's a big backyard.
No, we don't have a
pool
doggy
back
door.
there, John.
Well, we used to. It was right there.
Yeah.
It was right there, and I hated it. It was an annoying piece of trash.
Oh.
And it killed all the grass, and it took forever to get the grass to come back.
Oh, wow.
It was bad. Wrigley, where did she go? Oh, we might have a crisis here, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you serious?
She was here.
Well, this isn't
But
good.
I don't know how she. Well, how could she? There's no way she could have gotten out because the gates are closed, and she can't crash through the boards. She's not a hockey player.
Probably inside, right?
Well, yeah, but I didn't let her in unless one of the boys did. But
yeah, maybe you
I'm
just
sitting
weren't
right
paying
next to the
attention.
door. Rig. All right. Well, gonna have to look around for my dog now. This is great.
All right. Well, this along those lines, John. Matthew writes, "You're doing an excellent job showing your bosses why today should be a paid day off work." But then Kevin disagrees with Matthew and says, "This is great radio."
Oh, she is inside. Come here, girl.
Yeah, I see. Yeah,
Come
nailed it. Of course.
Come here. But
least
who
we
let her
know.
in? There she is.
Oh, Riggs.
There's Miss Wrigley. There's Miss Wrigley. Come here. There you are. Yeah, she was. Someone let her in. I don't know who.
Uh-huh.
Oh well. All right. Well, the Wrigley cam works. We'll go check out the gas mower later.
Okay.
But time to get on the headphones here.
Steve writes, "Cute doggy."
Yep, she's special.
Yeah.
She's a special little girl. All right. So I promised something gross to start the show today. And we're calling this topic alert, Gwyneth Paltrow's poopy big surprise. So apparently there was a house party here somewhat recently at Gwyneth Paltrow's house in the Hamptons. And this has been making the rounds among the Hollywood elites. This story. So there's this dude. He's one of those socialites, one of those celebrity hang-on people. His name is Derek Blasberg. And I guess, he got into fashion or something. The funny part is that the Daily Mail in the UK did this whole background on him after this story came out. So now everyone knows everything about this dude. Well, now they know a little bit more than they want to. Because, and I'll just read from the story. The mystery surrounding the unfortunate guest who lost control of their bowels in bed at Gwyneth Paltrow's Hamptons home has now been solved by mystery insiders. Daily Mail can now confirm that the culprit behind the mortifying incident is socialite and celebrity hanger-on Derek Blasberg. The internet was whipped into a frenzy last week when a blind item in a popular gossip newsletter claimed that Goop founder Paltrow. What is Goop, by the way?
Great question. Also, it's amazing that is what they decided to. It's a skincare type company. It's amazing that is what they decided to describe her as, which I think is hilarious. Well played, Daily Mail. That's some good trolling.
Yeah. Anyway, claimed that Paltrow had been tasked with cleaning up someone's Ozempic-induced diarrhea at her home.
Oh, no.
Insiders have claimed that media personality Blasberg, 42, once described as one of showbiz's most well-connected men, only conveniently blamed it on the popular weight loss drug before allegedly fleeing the property. According to the insider, it's not Ozempic. That's just what he told everyone before revealing how the secret made its way through the Hamptons set. Gwyneth told Oprah, Jerry Seinfeld, and Larry David. So apparently she was the one that spilled the beans, and now it's gotten out to everybody.
And so one of those people knows somebody at the Daily or knows somebody who knows somebody at the Daily Mail, and it finally got to them. Tough look for this guy here, Mr. Poop.
Yeah, it appears someone tried to out Blasberg as the Phantom Pooper 4 weeks ago when they commented 2 poop emojis, a toilet emoji, and a dynamite emoji on the Instagram post. Speculation first kicked off last week when a blind item report started circulating via an email newsletter called Poop Bitch. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. I don't know. Wow. The story goes that a recent house guest of Gwenny's catastrophe, or that a recent house guest of Gwyneth's catastrophically pooped themselves in bed while staying there, then fled back to the city before they had to face the music. So apparently it happened. And instead of, just owning up to it or maybe cleaning it up, he just up and left.
Wow.
And she
that explains why now that the name is leaking. No pun intended. But that explains why this name is getting out there. People are probably pissed. Gwyneth Paltrow probably had to throw out a bunch of sheets.
Oh yeah. There's no way those sheets are getting used again. Do you want?
I'm not rewashing my poop sheets if that happens.
Okay, Wrigley doesn't want to go inside. Anyway, so yeah. That's so explosive diarrhea apparently happening in the Hamptons. Now, I would say this as someone who has been the victim of seeing the aftermath of someone's explosive diarrhea. I've been there, done that. It's a very traumatic experience. I don't know if Gwyneth is going to be able to be seen in public for a while. Because there's going to be grief counseling. It's going to be.
It's going to be a whole thing. Yeah. Maybe we should get her on the show. A little handshake meme, right? Like, hey, I heard that you had your own Tom Becca.
Yeah. I still can't walk into that bathroom without getting the cold shivers.
Oh, yeah. By the way, this guy, this Blasberg guy has a longer Wikipedia. First of all, he has a Wikipedia page. I would not have expected that. It's a bit longer than I would have expected. Career, writing, television, fashion. Nothing in here about pooping, though I'm guessing that is probably going to show up on here at some point in time.
Yeah, probably is. So there you go. Topic alert, Gwyneth Paltrow's poopy big surprise. Coming up next, this is something we saved. This is something we've had in the queue for a couple of weeks, but we saved it because we knew that a special day like this was coming.
Yeah.
What would, for the first time ever in the history of major college football, we're going to have home playoff games.
Yes.
How would the weather have affected some of those playoff games had the playoff existed since the start of the BCS? Somebody went back in time, looked through all the charts, looked through all the potential matchups, guesstimated the potential matchups, looked at all the weather charts, and has given us the definitive answer. And, in a weird way, it might give us an idea of how often we can expect what I guess we would call disruptive weather to affect one of these home playoff games. So we'll have that for you coming up next as we are here today live for you on
10-6 in July
on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
Here's a fact that doesn't seem to get mentioned enough. Owning a home actually helps you build personal wealth. Homeownership is a huge factor in building personal wealth. There are some naysayers who say it's too expensive. But rates will come down, and when they do, the competition is going to be fierce. One financial statistic shows that the net worth of those that own a home is 40 times greater than those that rent. So maybe take a few minutes to call me at Mortgage Specialists to go through the reasons why, even though the current market is different, why it's always a good time to buy a home to build your net worth. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists, and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
A staple in Omaha can be a staple in your wardrobe. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharford, Lindley Clothing, Omaha's premier provider of men's fashion. I can tell you firsthand, I'm extremely satisfied. Most recent purchase of a Baroni suit, but that wasn't the best part of the experience at Lindley Clothing. It was the assistance that was given to me while I was in. Attention to detail, professionalism, positive energy in the store was fantastic. From suits to shorts and everything in between, Lindley Clothing and Well Suited, they've got you covered. And they're conveniently located in the Linden Market, 132nd and West Dodge. Check out Lindley Clothing today.
Last chance to stock up for summer. Stampede Ranch Farms has 20 ribeyes for $40. Visit the big truck and tent at Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. Steak, chicken, pork chops, and seafood. Stock up now at prices on meat you haven't seen since 2019. Bulk family party packs to fill your freezer. Get to the truckload meat sale at Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. 20 ribeyes for $40. Huge truckload meat sale is going fast. Huge bulk deals on New York strips, fillets, mega ribeyes, gourmet smash burgers, plus chicken and seafood. All payments accepted, cash, credit, debit, and EBT. Look for the big truck and big tent and signs that say 20 ribeyes for $40, plus huge bulk deals on steak, chicken, seafood, and pork. Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. Final weekend for 20 ribeyes for $40 at the truckload meat sale, only at Tractor Supply, Council Bluffs.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
The 1620, The Zone.
John, a email coming into the Equitable Bank inbox from another John, actually, says, looking for a lost dog on the radio is excellent content. Yeah, that's not happened on any of the other radio stations around town today.
Well, the good news is she's been found, and she's sitting here right next to me enjoying the beautiful day here on Jan 6th in July.
Nice.
This is Topic Alert, and the next Topic Alert comes thanks to our friends at AL.com. How weather would have affected home playoff games. And so the idea behind this is now that we're going to have 4 home games this year. There's going to be 4 teams that get the opportunity to host first round playoff games. And obviously, unlike the Bulls, which are usually either in climate controlled domes or in warm weather sites, it's going to be all completely and totally unpredictable. And of course, this was, the Big Ten athletic directors panicking about, we're going to have to winterize the stadium.
Play in the domes, play in Detroit.
We don't know what we're going to do. But this is going to be a thing. And it was a really fascinating story. It came out a couple of weeks ago on AL.com. Would weather have impacted the past 12-team CFP first-round games? So he went back, and the writer, by the way, Matt Stahl. So give credit to old Matt for giving us our first Jan 6 in July sports.
Thank you, Matt.
So he goes back to the Bowl Championship Series and the 4-team era of the CFP. Of course, with Bowl Championship Series, we did have a top 25, just like we had with the committee selection. And so using that and using the current, and believe me, we're going to have to go through this whole process because this is new to everybody. But just because you're not guaranteed to be a top 4 seed or at least have a first-round bye if you are ranked in the top 4, right? Because it's going to be the top 4 conference champions, right? And so not every conference champion is necessarily going to be ranked in the top 4. So using the format as it exists, using the existing BCS and CFP formulas from the last few years. He went back, Matt Stahl did, to see how much weather was going to affect some of these games. So of the 104, and this is going back to 1998, first year of the BCS, of the 104 first-round games that would have taken place since the start of the BCS era, 16 would have experienced potential snowfall during either Friday or Saturday. Now, what we don't know is, had the 12-team playoff in its current format existed, where these games would have been scheduled, which game
Correct.
would have been, right? Which
would
game
it
would
have been the Friday? Would it have been the Saturday? Yeah.
But
by the way, John, that's 15%. 15% of all games since 1998.
And I bet if you went back in the history of the NFL,
you think it's a similar number?
I think it'd be within the margin of error in terms of percentile. Now, I'm not even necessarily just talking about snowfall, but it could be rain. I can remember a few rainy playoff games in LA and Miami back in the day, or, bitter cold like in Green Bay or Minnesota. Before they
like last year, John, just and this is going to go off the top of my head a little bit. I don't think it rained a whole lot in the Tampa Bay Philly game. It obviously didn't in Detroit, LA. It didn't in Dallas, Green Bay. We know about the Kansas City, Miami game. Buffalo, Pittsburgh literally got pushed back a day. The Houston game was in a dome. Baltimore, I think it maybe rained a little bit. It wasn't that bad in the Buffalo KC game. It rained a little in San Fran. Detroit's a dome. San Fran, Detroit, no weather. Baltimore, Kansas City, no weather. So what was that, 2 games last year? One of them literally was affected in that it moved an entire day. But for the most part, there was the really cold game, and it was fairly ho-hum outside of that.
But as Matt Stahl writes, the snowiest first-round game would have likely come in 2016 when 7.5 inches fell in Madison, Wisconsin on December 18th and 19th when Wisconsin would have hosted USC at Camp Randall Stadium. The second snowiest game would have been the same year when Michigan hosted Florida State. That game, they didn't get as much snow there in Ann Arbor, but it still would have had some snow involved. Also, interestingly enough, going back to 2007, everyone's favorite chaotic year that everyone thinks is going to get repeated this year.
Goat.
Missouri would have faced Arizona State in Columbia when 2.5 inches of snow. So it sounds like most of these snow events would have happened in 2016 because, as you know, big weather systems tend to affect large swaths of the country all at the same time. But in the 104 total first-round games from 1998 to 2023, 9 would have possibly seen an inch or more of snow. 7 would have seen less than 1 inch possible snow. No snow in the other 88 games.
I'm guessing.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm guessing that people are probably a little disappointed by that number because one of the things that we have always dreamed of is the South coming north and the weather being really bad. Now, I guess it doesn't just have to be snow. It could be cool weather as well. Though it is interesting, John, of the 3 games that had the most snowfall going all the way back to 2007, all of them involve a northern team, obviously, but then a team from either the South or the West Coast. Wisconsin hosting USC, Michigan hosting Florida State, and Missouri hosting Arizona State. So it would be like what we want, just perhaps not as many of the games that we want.
Now, what about rain?
Yes.
Again, 104 possible playoff games. 43 could have seen up less than an inch possible of rain, 8 with an inch or more of rain. So almost half the games would have had at least some moisture, right? Some level of moisture, whether it's snow, whether it is rain. And of course, rain can be just as disruptive as snow is. In fact, in some cases, snow is not as disruptive, depending on how much, of course, that you get. Like for example, if you're getting light flurries during a game, that's not as disruptive as light rain.
No.
Because there's not as much moisture in snow, right? So you can flip the ball pretty well. But,
it's about the wind more than anything else, if we're being honest. It's going to be about the wind.
Exactly. Some of the games that would have been noteworthy, let's see. This is going back to, I got to see where the date is. Oh, 2021. So only 3 years ago. Ole Miss would have faced Oklahoma State. And
in one of the rainy games.
In that day, 2 inches of rain fell on Oxford that Friday or Saturday. Most of it came on Friday. There was another possible game in 2013 when Oregon would have visited Ohio State. Yes, Ohio State, they had 1.7 inches of rain.
Interesting.
In December in Ohio. So there's a couple of those games. As far as extreme temperatures. So again, 104 total first-round home playoff games. The low temperature below freezing, 55 of the 104. Temperatures of above freezing but below 80 degrees, 30. And the high temperature below freezing, so definitely, closer to bitter cold, 10 games. 10 games. So, you're going to run into cooler weather. It doesn't matter where you are in the country that time of year. But, more than half would have had a temperature, a low temperature below freezing or a high temperature that never got above the freezing mark.
And how about this? He reading from the story, the 2021 Michigan-Florida State game would have been the second coldest based on high temperatures. That game would have been played in Ann Arbor, where it stayed at or below 21 degrees on December 16th and 17th. That game, along with 1999 Wisconsin-Florida, were part of a three-way tie for coldest by low temperature, along with a 2000 matchup between Nebraska and Kansas State in Lincoln. All three Friday-Saturday periods dropped down to 3 degrees. So Nebraska would have been involved in one of the colder games. I'll be honest, I don't remember 2000. I don't remember December of 2000. So maybe you could speak better to it, but it's interesting that Nebraska would have been involved in one of the really, really cold games.
Well, and then now this has nothing to do with weather, but 2000, that was the year
Nebraska lost to Kansas State in the snow, actually.
Right. It snowed in the second half. Nebraska actually controlled the second half, but then gave up that late drive. Was that L. Roberson or was that was Beasley?
Yeah, it was Michael Beasley.
Michael Beasley led drive in the last, 3-4 minutes that won the game, and it snowed in the second half. But strangely, Nebraska still would have hosted, at least according to Matt Stahl of AL.com. That's neither here nor there. I just kind of found that rather
because they lost to him in the regular season. But, and John, this is something we've talked about before. What happens if you lose your conference championship game? That Kansas State team won the North, but then they lost to Oklahoma, so then they had more losses than Nebraska. So all we're doing is going off of those final BCS standings, but that is pretty interesting. How about this comment, this text from Chris in Montana? Will they schedule games due to site location? Like the games of the North would be during the day, and the games in the South would be later in the evening if possible, or will they just schedule it highest intrigue at most lucrative times and weather and time be damned, regardless if it's 7 at night in Ann Arbor or 7 at night in Atlanta or Baton Rouge or wherever? In the NFL, they don't care. They put the games where they think that the viewership will be maximized. We have never seen this before in college football. You wonder, in particular with what you said as we started the segment, John, some of the crying that we've seen from Big Ten schools. Like, let's say that Michigan this year, let's say Michigan was a 6th seed. Michigan home game, or hell, Penn State. They're maybe the better example because I think they're going to be better than Michigan. Penn State's a 6th seed. They don't like playing November night games in State College because it's a pain in the ass to get to. Are they able to just say to ESPN, like, hey, we would rather be in the early window or even the early afternoon window? We would rather that. Or does ESPN and Turner, do they just get to say, no, you're playing, it's Penn State hosting Alabama. We want this game. We want to maximize everything. We're putting this at night because there's not an NFL game at night. I think that they're going to be able to force the schools to do whatever they want them to do because they're going to try to maximize viewership, especially when they're going up against the NFL on that Saturday.
Well, the other part of it too, Josh, remember, is that ESPN subleased out some of their early games to Turner Sports. And my guess is that the Turner Sports games will be the ones that will go opposite, directly
NFL.
Against NFL games. And that ESPN, being the main rights holder, is going to insist that the better matchups happen when they air the games, right?
100%.
So, so if you get a really primo, 8-9 matchup, for example, or maybe
you just get big brands. You get the
big brands. Let's say it's like it's Texas and USC. And that's got a lot of high intrigue. That is going to get placed where ESPN wants it to get placed. That's what they're going to do. They're going to place these games just like in the NFL. It's all about maximizing viewership. And I don't think that weather considerations are going to be given much credence. What would be interesting is if we did run into a situation like we did last year with the NFL playoffs and all the stuff that went on in Buffalo, how disruptive would that be to the college football playoff schedule if they had a similar situation take place, right? In a very snowy location where they get a bunch of snow and they have to push it back a day or two. I wonder how they're going to handle those situations. The NFL, just plows ahead like they always do, but this is a new era, for college football. And as we know, college football is not very good about, having the most streamlined, organized, chain of command when it comes to making decisions. So if they run into a situation like Pittsburgh and Buffalo did last year, I'd be very curious to know how they would handle that. Now, those things are very, very, very rare. But
this is the first time that it has ever happened that I can remember in the playoffs where a game got rescheduled, certainly in my lifetime. But there also does seem to be something, John, about today's era of sports where they definitely think a whole lot more about fan safety than they used to. Like in 2002, January of 2002, when the Patriots host the Raiders, the Tuck Rule game, like if that happens today, you wonder if they move that because of the amount of snow and how it would have affected traffic to get there. They definitely seem a whole lot more cognizant of fans and trying not to kill them.
One other thing real quick, because Matt did such a bang-up job of kind of going back and putting together all these things. I just went back and did a Control F on just Nebraska. How many times would Nebraska have shown up in the 12-team playoff if the 12-team playoff had existed since 1998? Here are the results. So 1998, this is Frank Solich's first year. Nebraska went 9-3 and eventually went 9-4. They would have been in the playoff. They would have gotten in as the 11th seed and would have been rematched against Texas A&M. Texas A&M famously handed Frank his first loss. Down in College Station. So they would have been rematched against Texas A&M. So that was 1998. Then let's see, going down to
They obviously would have made it in 99 as the conference.
They would have made it in 99, but they would have
they wouldn't have hosted.
They would have a top 4 seed.
Yeah.
So he doesn't look.
He didn't
into
do that. Yeah.
Yeah, but they would have gotten in. 2000, we mentioned it. They would have been rematched against Kansas State at home.
Yeah.
So right away, and just kind of doing a little snooping around here. So let's go back to 1999. The other teams, the only possible rematch that would have happened in 99 is if Kansas State, who would have been the number 6 seed, played Penn State, the number 11 seed. So there was there could have been a possibility Nebraska would have been rematched in 3 straight playoffs.
Yeah, for sure.
It gives you kind of an idea of the possibilities of rematches as we move forward. So that's year 2000. Nebraska, the 8th seed, hosting number 9 seed Kansas State. Then in 2001, Nebraska would have gotten in as the 5. So they would have hosted against number 12 LSU.
So think about that. Frank's first 4 years, they make it every time, and they host twice, and one time they get a bye. How does that change? How does that change how he's viewed?
Exactly. How does that change how Frank Solich is viewed? Because by the time we get to the end of 2003, when Steve Peterson comes along and fires Frank Solich, not only would he have done, and remember how it was reacted to in the moment, especially nationally and outside of the state of Nebraska. And how shocking it was. And it's like, wow, what is Nebraska doing? They're firing a guy who's won 9 games every year. It would have not only been that, Josh, but he would have made the playoff in 4 of his first 5 seasons.
4 of his first 4 seasons.
4 of his first 4, but skipping ahead to 2002 when he had his first quote.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Right. Yeah, and on top of that too, man, Matthew says that 4 out of 6 natties, including one in Solich's second year, probably would have kept things rolling. That's the thing. That 99 team, in my opinion, was the best team in the sport by the end of the year. Even 2000 was a good team that blew it versus Oklahoma, blew it versus Kansas State. I don't think 98 is going to make a deep run, but you never know with some of these seasons. It changes everything. And so then you start thinking about, and I know I used them as a few minutes ago, Penn State, man, what's going to happen if they can finally get in and go on a run under Franklin? Like, it's going to completely change how he is viewed or how a coach is viewed if they are able to get into the playoff that henceforth was not this large or didn't exist in the case of 1999 and go on a deep run.
So just keep that in mind as we move forward now in this expanded playoff era, how coaches and how programs are perceived and how different it's going to be. I mean, Frank Solich would have had a lot more ammunition against a Steve Peterson. Now, I'm not saying Peterson still wouldn't have done what he did because, as we know, Steve Peterson was an idiot. But it does change, right? You look at Frank's resume at the end of 2003, one conference championship, one division championship. Okay, that's it. The 9 wins, the 10 wins, all that other stuff. But then you add on top of that 4 playoff appearances. And, of course, what we don't know is how many playoff wins he would have had. But 4 playoff appearances.
Changes how you view a guy.
That's a whole different looking resume than what we had then and what we've had up until this year. So I think it's something worth watching for as we move forward. So there you go. How weather would have affected.
Topic alert.
Playoff games.
Jan 6 in July.
All right, coming up. The NFL has been the most dominant sport in this country as long as I've been alive, as long as you've been alive.
Yep.
How long can that last? As we continue with more of Jan 6 in July, topic alert on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the rooferys. Make the right call.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
If you're a licensed real estate agent in Nebraska or Iowa looking to take your career to the next level, Modern Real Estate is seeking outgoing, high-energy individuals to join the team. Whether you prefer a salary-based, commission-based, or hybrid compensation structure, they have options to fit your needs. With leads provided, you can focus on what you do best, closing deals and achieving success. Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to work with a dynamic and innovative company. Email your real estate experience to Tyler@modernrealestateco.com and start building your future with Modern Real Estate today.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Just to prove to you that we are who we say we are, and we are live. The Cubs are leading 4-1 in the 6th against the Angels. And All-Star Alec Boehm of your and still your Omaha Roncalli Crimson Pride has just been announced as one of the participants in the Home Run Derby. So take that, Shohei Ohtani, you coward.
He's got to get ready to pitch. You want him to be a full ball player again. I can't believe you're calling him a coward.
Alec Boehm, I mean, I'm sure if Alec was asked to pitch at some point, he'd just step in and say, sure, yeah, we're losing by 20. I'll go ahead and pitch.
He'll be the Mark Grace of Philadelphia Phillies baseball.
But in all seriousness, congratulations,
Alec.
That's
awesome.
He will be in the Home Run Derby. Gunnar Henderson of the Orioles is the only other announced candidate to this point. But again, more proof that we are live here on Jan 6 in July. We'll get to some baseball a little bit later on. Yes, Jed, we're going to talk baseball. It is summer after all. But
interesting.
Next subject for the board. I feel like this is the McLaughlin group.
Jan 6 in July.
Jackraman. Wrong. You got to go. For those of you who don't get it, go back to Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know
Night
what
Live.
this means.
Look up McLaughlin group. It was hilarious.
Are they talking about Ben McLaughlin?
No, different McLaughlin.
Okay.
But anyway, next topic alert. How long will the NFL be the sport in America? Josh, this was your idea.
Yeah, so there was this question that I saw on your favorite website, John, and it was the Bill Simmons subreddit. And I was like, ooh, this is something that John Bishop loves. But I thought this is a great Jan 6th in July topic alert, because the question was essentially, why is the NFL so dominant? And so you can ask that question and then go into this other question of how long will it be the sport in America? Oh, now John is leaving us.
I'm here.
What are you doing?
I'm just turning around a little bit. The sun is adjusting. Just keep talking. Don't.
You look like you dropped out. Man, you are so strange.
Can you?
No,
hear me?
you're there. I just didn't. You turned off the camera. See, now you look even worse.
He's a shadow.
Yeah, but I got the American flag in the background.
Yeah. All right. Well, your face looks great. Anyway, but I thought it was an interesting question because, in your lifetime and mine, there has never been a moment in time when the NFL was not the most dominant sport. And I would, the history of America is not that long, all things considered. The history of popular sports in America is even shorter. It's not that long, but this is easily the longest that one sport has been continuously the most popular sport. And dare I say, John, it is getting more popular. You go look at, or I guess here, let me ask you this. Is the NFL getting more popular, or is other stuff not becoming as popular as it once was? And, every year we get that list of the top 100 most viewed events on television. And the NFL, since our time together on the air, has grabbed an even larger market share than it had 10 years ago, let alone 15, 20, 25 years ago. The Friends finale was viewed by like 70 million people. A TV show would never get that many viewers now. The Seinfeld finale, similar. Obviously, we know about MASH back in the day. And that's not even counting what the Olympics used to do, what an NBA Finals game with Michael Jordan or Larry Bird or Magic Johnson would do, big World Series games, certainly. And so we are in this stretch where the NFL is the most popular and continues to be, but it's also taking over the market share more. It's not going to last that way forever, right? But there also does not seem to be any sense in it stopping. There's no way this is stopping anytime soon.
The NFL has led the charge in, it's a multi-layered conversation because the way we consume entertainment has changed so dramatically, in the last 10 years, but certainly post-COVID. And network scripted dramas now have never been lower in terms of total viewership. It's a much more fragmented audience. And the reason why sports rights fees continue to go up. We keep talking about, oh, when's the bubble going to burst? When's the bubble going to burst? Well, the answer to that question right now is not. It's not going to, because it is the one thing that networks can sell that is guaranteed live viewership, which means people are more willing to watch through the commercials. If you're DVRing your shows, or if you're watching, on demand, or you're watching via a streaming service, you're either paying, a premium fee so that you don't get commercials, or, you get the inserted commercials that they serve you. But for a television network, that doesn't pay the bills. What pays the bills is being able to sell advertising. And live sports is the one thing that can deliver. So everyone's fees are going up. Long-winded way of saying, all sports are benefiting from this. In my opinion, all sports are benefiting. While the overall total viewership for the NBA Finals, for the World Series, for the Final Four, even for college football, while they aren't as big as it once was, it's a bigger share of the market now because everything else has come down.
Correct.
The thing about the NFL is it has continued not only to increase market share,
but viewership is going up too.
It's grown audience. It's grown audience. Now, we've kind of reached a level, and listen, some of these numbers and how they're measured are going to change as well. But, we've kind of reached a plateau right now, at least it seems like it, when it comes to the Super Bowl. It basically averages anywhere between, I don't know, what would you say, 95 to 115 million people, I'm guessing.
Yes.
I think that's a safe range, and it fluctuates a little bit here and there. But where you see a lot more of the increase is in some of these playoff games, right?
Wasn't Bills Chiefs the most watched divisional game on record last year?
Yes. And so you continue to see growth in that avenue. And so now, to kind of get to the actual question, how long will the NFL be the sport in America? Honestly, I think the answer is as long as they want to be.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, wait a minute, it's not their choice necessarily. But the only way the only way I foresee the NFL not continuing in this role is if they screw something up.
And what would that even look like, man? Like, what would that look like?
We were kind of trending that way a few years ago with CTE, which is why the NFL was, kind of twisting themselves in knots, trying to protect themselves from it.
But real quick, were we we talked about it, and yet viewership wasn't changing. Interest never was waning during that period.
It wasn't, but and hear me out, because some I don't mean it for it to sound like this, but COVID may have done the NFL a favor, because we have not talked head injuries, CTE, very much post 2020. Pre 2020, that was the big offseason topic du jour in the NFL. In college football, it was satellite camps and conference realignment and all that other. But in pro football, it was a lot of CTE stuff. And while I'm sure folks in the NFL would say, well, that's because we've made the game safer. And yeah, there have been some changes. Obviously, the game is not as violent, or at least not as outwardly violent as it used to be. But it is still very much a violent game. And of course, many would argue that the worst of the concussion-like symptoms happen in the routine plays, the constant, repeated
offensive line,
defensive line, things of that nature, not the big blow-up hits that, get all the attention. But we haven't talked much about it since COVID. And I'm not saying, it's a matter of circumstance. It's not anything planned or plotted, but it's just kind of how it has been. But there was some momentum back in the day about how, well, man, football can't keep going on like this if we continue to trend in this direction. And I think the participation levels in the sport are still good.
They're fine. Yeah, they're good enough, right?
Right, because remember, some of the conversation was, oh, man, parents are pulling their kids out of football or encouraging them to go into other sports. Now, I haven't seen any recent numbers, but I haven't heard anyone sound as many alarm bells. So that's about as close as we've gotten to anything that would waver in terms of the NFL's popularity.
Well, a couple comments along those lines. So Duncan says, as long as Gen X and millennials are still major populations, the NFL will still be number one. So yeah, and our generations, John, are going to be around for a while. I guess, the future, the younger generations, will they be as into football as we are? That is to be determined. YouTube user says rules changes related to tackling, to answer the original question of how would viewership drop off. Here's something to throw out. The helmet rule that they have instituted now, where you can wear the shell thing, that they wear in practice. Like, will that ever become mainstream? And will that change the way in which the sport is viewed? Will people dislike it? Like, I know one of the things that you and I talked about for years was there is always going to be danger, just like there is in NASCAR. I think the example you always used was NASCAR. There's always danger in this. You have to embrace it and not cross a line where the sport changes in a way that people find off-putting. Football, like, people still love bitching about refs, and they still like complaining, this isn't what it used to be, but we have not turned away. If the sport ever were to go into a 7-on-7 type look or feel, or dare I just say outright it is 7-on-7, like, that's when you do start hurting yourself. I think that we like the sport for a variety of reasons. Like the original question from the Bill Simmons subreddit, I thought was interesting. Why is it the most popular? And I mean, we can answer it in a million different ways. It's the perfect sport for TV. But one of the things that I think is good about it, or that we like about it, is the violence. We like the speed. We like the violence. We can't do it at that level. And so we like watching people who can. If you take that away, though, that's where people would say, okay, this is truly not the same sport that I used to watch and I used to love. So until that happens, though, I don't think that people are going to tune away. Even if we say it's a different sport, the run game is completely changed from when I was a kid, let alone when you were a kid. Doesn't seem like it's changed the relationship we have, though, with the NFL. And that's pretty interesting to me.
Here's the other part of it. And I don't mean to keep relating things back to COVID, but let's face it, that period of time really kind of changed our priorities, changed our way of thinking, changed how we view certain things. The threat that football might have been taken away from us, was pretty dramatic. I mean, the idea that the Big Ten tried to take football away, and that we got a shell of the game to some degree that whole season, both college, pro, and otherwise. And the existential threat that rules changes because of CTE had on the sport, I think it changed the conversation, because we looked into the abyss. We saw what the world looked like without football, without sports. And we were like, oh, no, we don't want that. Yeah. And so a lot of the things that we didn't like, taking away some of the big hits, the targeting, ejecting of players, all those other things, we kind of changed our priority in terms of what we were upset by, or what was going to turn us off or turn us away from the sport. Because the thought is we could have lost. I'm not saying COVID would have ended football, but the fact that it was almost taken away from us, we were just so happy to have it back. We didn't care in what form it was. That's not to say that the NFL could tomorrow announce that, yep, we're going to flag football rules and everything would be fine. I think that would be a disaster. But some of the things that people were claiming was going to turn them off to the sport became a lot more tolerable, because the absence of the sport was a lot less palatable.
Yeah.
And so some of the things, like what will be interesting is when the hip drop tackle that's being outlawed, how much people are going to react to that.
Yeah, how that changes the way we watch the game.
I would have argued that if we would be talking about this, let's say 5 years ago, and we're talking about, this is the first we've ever mentioned, I think, the outlawing of that tackle on this show. 5 years ago, that would be one of the topics that we would have talked about, a handful of times during the offseason about, man, this is not fair. It's not fair to the defense. It's not this, not that. But now, we haven't really addressed it very much. And I'll be curious to see, because
when we get in season.
Once we get in season.
Yeah, what does it look like in practice when we're not talking about it in June?
Exactly. So, I honestly, for now, it looks to me as if the NFL is in great shape. We obviously know that, scandals such as, misbehaving players, stuff that was going on with the Washington franchise, anything like that, those types of things, people just brush off. I mean, they talk about it, they look at it, but it does not turn people away from the game. Certainly the Colin Kaepernick, the kneeling, some of those protests, again, I think we've kind of changed our views on that. We're like, well, and that's a bigger societal issue. But a lot of the folks who claimed they were going to walk away from the sport because, of certain things that the NFL was allowing societally, that didn't stop this train. In the words of Walter White, this train doesn't stop, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a very long-winded way of answering the question, but I honestly think that I do not foresee in the rest of my lifetime the NFL not being the number one sport in America.
Let's read one. Oh, sorry.
Because it doesn't seem like, and we haven't even really addressed what other sports have tried to do or what other sports could do in terms of gaining momentum. I mean, they're all doing their thing, but they're kind of happy being in their lane.
Yeah, we one thing is that we love football more than we love other sports, and so that's, I think, a big part of it. I do want to read this comment as we finish up this discussion, though, from Amazing Daniel. He says they were standing right on the line of making one bad decision during the Bills' game delay when Hamlin got hurt. As a boxing fan, trust me, a very, 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 very popular sport can fall at any time, more specifically the heavyweight division in that example. And this, I guess, John, it does circle a little bit back to what we were discussing at the start, and that was CTE. I mean, the fear of that always, of course, was a player dying on the field. And what's interesting about Hamlin is that wasn't even a brain injury. That was something with his heart because he got hit at a very specific time. But for all of us who were watching that night, I mean, many of us were wondering, did we just watch somebody die on national television? Players are getting faster. Players are getting stronger. Players are getting bigger. That is not changing. And that is the one thing that we thankfully have not seen at the highest level of the sport. In college, it's been many, many years. In the NFL, it's never happened. Hell, it's been a long time, knock on wood, John, since somebody got paralyzed in a game. The next time that even happens, let alone the ultimate horrible thing, that, there would be an evaluation and certainly a conversation about it. But if we haven't changed our viewing habits now, I still don't know if that would be something that would, change how we are as a people.
Keep in mind, though, that people have died playing football at the highest level. The difference was it didn't happen on a Monday night in front of millions of people. Corey Stringer happened on a practice field.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah.
And I realize, 20, gosh, I think that's been close to 20
years. Yeah.
It's a different world now that we live in, and how we react to things is probably different today. Well, it is different today than it was 20 years ago. I don't rule out the possibility that a horrifying, traumatic incident couldn't change things, but the NFL has built up a lot of momentum and a lot of goodwill with a lot of people. And it's going to take It's going to take a lot for it not to continue as America's most popular sport.
Yeah, and so Michael Severe, he sent me this was a Gallup poll question that was done last year, 2023. And so it was most popular sports. And football led the way, 41%. And this doesn't delineate between college and the NFL, but 41% football, 10% basketball, 9% baseball, etc. That's the favorite sport for any of these people that got polled. So this is a two-pronged question. How would the NFL drop off, and what the hell would take its place? And I think oddly, even though we spent the majority of this discussion talking about how the NFL would lose its luster, I think the harder question is what would take its place, because we love sports in this country. We don't love anything anywhere near as much as we do the NFL or college. So I don't really think that there is an obvious answer for what would happen.
Okay, there you go. Another topic
alert
off the board.
10-6
in July.
All right, coming up, we'll switch gears a little bit, but I want to ask the question. Is there anything positive that could come from expanding the NCAA tournament?
Oh.
We've always talked about the negatives.
Yeah.
But is there anything positive that we can find in expanding the NCAA basketball tournament? We will have that and more as we continue here on Jan 6 in July. It's Topic Alert Day. Yes, we're live. Let's see. I'll prove it again. Where's my Cubs score right now? Please tell me they haven't choked yet. Please tell me they haven't choked yet. Please tell me. Oh, my God.
Are they up by more?
They're up 5-1. They've scored 5 or more runs in the last 2 days.
Baseball, baby.
That's what's going to bring the NFL down. The end of times. We are obviously nearing the end of times because the Cubs have found their offense again.
Uh-huh.
Back with more after this on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Number 10, not Nikola Jokic, Nikola Topic.
Look, we got Nikola Jokic. There's a player on the Heat named Nikola Jokic also, or something like that. And now this guy's coming into the league.
Nikola Topic.
I cannot allow this. That'd be like if in the 90s there was a Michael Jordan that came into the league.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your afternoon with a high of 81 today in Omaha and a bit breezy with northwesterly gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Staying clear tonight, a low of 61 with light winds. Tomorrow, your Saturday, a severe weather day for a chance of scattered showers and storms into the afternoon, few of which may become severe with large hail and damaging winds possible. A high of 84. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The time between Memorial Day and Labor Day is known as the 100 deadliest days. Students are off for the summer, people are taking vacations, and the days are longer. It's a recipe for good times and long-lasting memories. Sadly, it accounts for 37% of Nebraska's traffic fatalities. Someone's waiting for you at a ball game, a party, or a wedding. Don't let a crash keep you away. Focus on driving. Brought to you by the Nebraska chapter of the National Safety Council and the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to age 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
If you love whiskey or just want to learn more about whiskey, you don't want to miss the largest whiskey event in the region. Get your tickets to Omaha Whiskey Fest 2024 at omahawhiskeyfest.com. September 28th at the Hilton Omaha downtown. 400 samples, more than 70 brands, expert presentations, and a whole lot more. General admission and VIP tickets available at omahawhiskeyfest.com. You can even make a night of it with special room packages from Hilton Omaha. Get your tickets now before they sell out.
Twisted Thunder Fireworks is going to save you big money. You'll find the best variety and the lowest prices in the entire state of Nebraska. Don't believe us? See page after page of products and pricing online at twistedthunder.com, where you can watch everything before you buy and choose local pickup so it's ready to go for you at the tent. Go to twistedthunder.com to check out all of our locations in Nebraska as well as our location in Council Bluffs. That's twistedthunder.com.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more Da Vinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the rooferys. Make the right call.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
I'm a fan of Coug fans. John Bishop here for Coug fans.
Who doesn't like Coug? On 1620 The Zone.
Draw blood from the stone.
Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this topic alert, Jan 6 in July. Just went and got some more tea. Yeah, Josh, I am not lying. This has to be a top 10 day. The JB weather station, which is in the backyard, by the way, says it's 85, but there's hardly any humidity. It is so gorgeous. This is if we had to do this show today outside, this was the day to do it. What a great day the good Lord has made for us on Jan 6 in July. Josh is quiet.
There
Why
we go.
don't I?
There we go.
There you go. What did you turn? You turn yourself off, didn't you?
Yeah, I muted myself. I was eating chips during the commercial break. I apologize. I pulled a John Bishop. I just turned my camera off for no reason whatsoever. So I don't even remember. Oh, I was mad because I'm inside right now and you're outside.
Yeah. Well, next question here on topic alert. We have complained, and the momentum is there. I mean, they're talking about it. It's probably going to happen. You know that the more powerful the power conferences, namely the SEC and the Big Ten, get, the more of what they want is going to happen. And the momentum is there that at some point the NCAA men's basketball tournament is going to get expanded.
Gross.
You don't like this. I don't like this.
I hate it.
Most of the people who cover the sport do not like this.
Who likes this?
The only people that like this are the administrators and the coaches. The coaches, obviously, because, hey, here's a chance. I mean, even if we have a mediocre year, we can still get in the tournament. Now, when I say the coaches, I'm talking about the power conference coaches. Because, trust me, just because if they expand the tournament by 6, 8, 12, whatever the number it is they decide to choose, that doesn't mean more Mountain West teams are getting in. That doesn't mean that more MAC teams are getting in. That doesn't mean that more Sun Belt teams are getting in. This means that more SEC teams are getting in. This means that more Big 12 teams are going to get in and Big 10 teams are going to get in. That's who's getting in. So it's those folks, the folks who, stand to benefit the most, whether it's by money or prestige. And it's usually those two are tied together. Those are the only folks I've heard that are actually for this. I haven't seen many people who cover the sport who have said, oh, this is a great idea. I haven't heard many fans, even fans of those so-called schools that would benefit, saying, oh, this is a great idea.
Yep.
So that's who I think is supporting this. So trying to be open-minded, trying to
after that long windup of how much we hate this, now we're going to try to be positive about this.
Well, we're always supposed to look for the positives, right?
Positive.
So
boys.
what are the positives? What good can come from expanding the NCAA men's basketball tournament?
I mean, look, I'm stretching here, but because I got a text during the break from Michael that said coaches like Tim Miles would have kept the job longer because of the expanded NCAA tournament. So, is the answer just
that would have made two fan bases. Well, I don't know about the Nebraska fan base. It would have made the Creighton fan base happy.
Exactly. And so, like, is the answer to this question just fans who will get to watch their teams play additional games that year? Like, that's the only thing that I can really think of, because I guess I don't even want to bring up, John, the negatives, because that would ruin the spirit of the segment. So I'll just say that. Fans who like their teams, they'll get a chance to watch, whatever, 4 to 8 fan bases additionally will get a chance to watch their team play in March Madness. And so, like, congratulations, but I don't know.
Trying to argue this from a Nebraska ball fan standpoint, yeah. Because listen, the jokes are always going to be there, right? The jokes are always going to be there. If Nebraska got in the play-in round, would that count?
Correct. If they win the game, and that's what Dave basically says.
I have long said if they win a first 4 game, it counts as a tournament win because you are in the tournament. So even if the tournament gets expanded by whatever the number is, and Nebraska were to be one of those last few teams in and they would win a game, I'm here to tell you again, friends, that counts as a tournament win, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So for programs like that, who have not tasted much of any success at all nationally in college basketball, who struggle to gain a foothold nationally in college basketball, this is good for them. This is good for them. Now, I guess if I were looking, and listen, I always come at this because Creighton in the Big East would also benefit from this. The Big East has got a big enough cachet in college basketball, even though they're not one of the power leagues in terms of, making all the money and making all the decisions like the Big Ten and the SEC are. When it does come to basketball, they are a big deal. And they stand to benefit too. So the possibility is out there that Creighton, has an off year for them, but they still make the tournament because it's expanded. So I'm going to be consistent on this. I'm still not for this because but I also fundamentally am an anti-expanded playoff guy, right? How long did it take me to come around on the 12-team college football playoff? Now, I'm not a big fan of going much larger than that, but I'm not a fan of baseball's expanded playoffs. I've always thought the NBA and the NHL have a watered-down postseason product.
We don't like what the NFL didn't need to add the 13th and 14th team.
Add the extra teams.
What about this from
fundamentally? I'm not that guy, but if I was, and I was a fan of a team like a Creighton,
more opportunities,
who can benefit, it's still, even in mediocre years, a chance for you to at least smell the roses.
What about this from Matthew? I wonder if there are some places in the country where expanding the NCAA basketball tournament is hot news. Here, there was always lots of arguments about CFP expansion, but no one cares about this. Like, yeah, is there a place in, Kentucky, like Kentucky Sports Radio, the state of North Carolina with those schools, Tobacco Road, like, are they like jacked for this? It's more basketball games. It's more opportunities to watch games. It's more teams that have a chance to win a national championship. If you are a fan of college basketball and that's your favorite sport and you just want to watch as many games as possible that matter and have stakes, like, this is good from that perspective. Like, will these teams win a natty? No. The answer is obviously no. Very rarely will they make it to the Sweet 16, let alone to the Final Four. But if you like the sport and you like watching games between teams in the sport, this is positive from that perspective if you just are purely about the number of games.
It is, but I guess, but
hey, you had the prompt. I'm trying to find the reasons.
I know, but if you're a hardcore fan of the sport, you're watching anyway.
Yeah.
You're watching anyway, and you want the games that matter to matter as much as they always have.
Yeah.
The more you water something down, you lose value.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how about this
I don't care what anybody says? The more you water something down, it loses value. That's why I put 2 tea bags in my iced tea, so it wouldn't get watered down. I tea bagged my iced tea.
Double tea bag, John. How about this text from Adam? And this is, I don't want it, in a way, I almost don't want to explore this, John, because then we get into negative territory. But Adam texted into the show.
I've already gone there.
Yeah. I'd be okay with expanded b-ball tournament if it just meant more games on the current Tuesday, Wednesday playing games. Otherwise, I'm against it if it means a big change to the format. That's one of the things that I do wonder about with this expanded tournament because, the television property has long been viewed as like the perfect event, right? The Thursday and the Friday and the Saturday and the Sunday. People love the first weekend. And we've always been okay with the first four because they added 3 games in terms of play-ins. There used to be 1 play-in game, and then now there are 4. But it doesn't infringe on it. It doesn't change anything. Thursday still matters. Friday still matters. It's 16 games starting at 11 o'clock Central all the way until after midnight. So it's great. But if this were to alter that and suddenly it's like a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday or whatever, like COVID, remember that? That was weird. I don't think people would like that. But again, we're supposed to be positive, so I just got negative.
Yeah, so we found the one positive thing, but quite frankly, the idea still sucks. I think it's a stupid idea. I think you've had a great formula for a long time. And if the powers that be think, well, if we just add more games that matter, then more people will like us. No, they won't. They won't. There's a law of diminishing returns, and you're pushing up against it.
Yeah.
And, your hardcore fans, they're always going to be there. But if you think this is going to draw in more casuals, no, it's not.
Definitely.
Because the thing that makes it fun for the casuals is all the schools they've never heard of before or all of the true underdogs. I'm sorry, but even a Nebraska, which has never had success in NCAA tournament basketball, people across the country still recognize that brand. And so if teams like that, and I don't mean to pick on Nebraska, but it is a name.
Sure.
If teams like that are the ones that are getting the extra opportunities, it's not the same as Davidson. It's not the same as George Mason.
Yeah.
It's not the same as, fill in the blank schools you rarely hear of, because that's the appeal of the early round games. Now, yes, as the tournament goes deeper, they want their brands, but the appeal of the early rounds has always been in the underdog. You're not going to get more underdogs in this tournament. You're going to get more less deserving brand names in the tournament. Keep in mind, that's why they're actually expanding.
Text from LSD Will writes, enjoying the Topic Alert show. It should become a new midsummer tradition. Yeah, next year, John, the 4th of July will be a Friday, so we won't have to work on the 5th, but maybe this is what we do on July the 3rd next year.
Well, we'll do that. We'll keep going. Now, listen, we're not even halfway home yet on Jan 6th in July, so you might change your mind after a while.
You might hate the show.
When we come back, there was a dumb debates question that you wanted to get to regarding if the dust has settled on conference expansion.
Yes, I have that ready to go.
So let's tackle that. We do not have a movie club today, but I do have a sports-related movie topic that we can get to in lieu of not having a movie club. And we will continue. And just again, to prove that we are live, the Cubs won today. They've won 2 in a row. If they win one more, that's called a winning streak.
Wow. I have, for the next update, John, to prove that we are live, I got you covered on that one since the Cubs game is over.
All right. So stand by. We got more to come. Glad you could be out there today, even if you're not working, you lazy bastards. But we are. It's Jan 6, Topic Alert, Jan 6 in July, 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists. Here's a fact that doesn't seem to get mentioned enough. Owning a home actually helps you build personal wealth. Homeownership is a huge factor in building personal wealth. There are some naysayers who say it's too expensive, but rates will come down, and when they do, the competition is going to be fierce. One financial statistic shows that the net worth of those that own a home is 40 times greater than those that rent. So maybe take a few minutes to call me at Mortgage Specialists to go through the reasons why, even though the current market is different, why it's always a good time to buy a home to build your net worth. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Hi, I'm Nick Bromell, owner of Royalty Roofing. The recent storms wreaked havoc on our community. Our team at Royalty Roofing is here to help. We're local, skilled, licensed, and bonded. We work for you to ensure you get the funds you deserve and make sure that the work is done to your satisfaction. Don't take risks with your biggest investment, your home. We are Better Business Bureau Integrity Award winners and Best of Omaha winners. Cover your roof with royalty. Visit us today at royaltyroofing.org.
ZZ Top, the Elevation Tour. October 1st, Liberty First Credit Union Arena. Play all their classic hits. ZZ Top. On sale now at libertyfirstcreditunionarena.com or at the box office.
Email Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Where are you, girl?
Oh, Wrigley!
We were just playing in the backyard with her. She's got a little rooster, a little stuffed rooster that we like to play tug of war with.
Oh, fun!
It's one of the rare. You might be able to see it way down there, a little spot on the ground. It's one of the rare chew toys that she has not destroyed. This thing must be as tough as they've ever invented.
Tough as a Woolworth steak?
Tough as a Woolworth steak. But yeah, we were just playing out in the yard. So there's a little shot of Wrigley Cam. By the way, someone was asking earlier when we went for the little tour of the backyard.
Yeah.
About the pink car underneath the deck.
Yes.
That's my son's old Power Wheels. You know, those battery operated cars. That's a Dale Earnhardt Jr. stock car. It's very faded. So it does look pink right now. It used to be red.
That's wild that it faded that much.
Well, it's basically been outside its
entire being.
That thing is, let's see, that thing is 15 years old, more than 15 years old.
Wow.
That thing is really, so yeah, it's been out there for a while. Unfortunately, it doesn't work anymore. I can't get a battery to work on it. But anyway, yeah, I have, like a true NASCAR redneck, I have junk cars in my yard.
Classic John. Classic.
That's how it works. All right, next topic, Josh. Jan 6 in July. This was a dumb debate that I believe you got a few weeks ago.
Yeah, this is from Jacob. Says, I have a question for you. Do you think we will ever see the formation of new conferences when all the dust settles in conference realignment? So not so much will conference realignment ever end? Will more teams move? But more, will we see a true new conference? Let me ask you this, John. What is the last new conference? It has to be some G5 league, right? Like the power leagues have been, I mean, the Big East came into existence in 79, right? I guess you want to go to the new Big East?
If you ask all the arrogant you-know-who's from Texas, they'll tell you the Big 12. But the Big 12 was actually the merging. Now, it's the merging of the Big 8 and the Southwest. And it was really the four Southwest refugees were folded into the Big 8. Now, they did basically create a new conference. So I guess just not to
You want
argue.
to say the Big 12?
The Big 12 is the last new conference.
Like, I'm trying to remember when, like, the Sun Belt, that came into existence in 76. The Mountain West Conference, that came into existence. Okay. Mountain West, John, came into existence in 1999. So that is actually the answer, because that's even
Wasn't
after.
the
Okay.
American more recent?
Well,
good,
no, the
good
American,
call, Joey.
because the American was essentially the cast-offs from the football playing schools of the Big East.
Yeah, that
So
came into existence in 2013. Okay, good call, Joey. So that's been around for a little more than a decade. So, okay, so we use that quick history lesson to say, I guess it's actually happened a little more recently than you would have expected it to. Look, my answer to this is yes, but mainly, John, it's because I think that whatever the contraction is that we get to, that is a new conference. If the SEC and Big Ten were to merge, or if the brands were to merge, that is a new thing entirely. So I would say absolutely. I think that we are going to get some form of a new league, a new conference, and we will have that moving forward.
I still believe that the future, whatever, not that there's ever an end game, but the only thing that appears to be resemblance of an end game, I still think it is going to be the Big Ten and the SEC. That it will be a bigger Big Ten and a bigger SEC. That those are the two leagues that are going to move forward and create all the rules and do everything, and it'll essentially be like it was in the 60s, the NFL and the AFL.
But if they merge together, like, won't that be a brand new league?
But I don't think they're going. I don't think they're going to merge per se in terms of how they operate. I think they're still going to operate as separate entities, but they will, like the NFL and the AFL did, they will come together on a championship and on certain rules, but they're going to keep their identities as the Southern-based league, the Iron Belt, or I guess now we call it the...
I was going to say, yeah, that's not really the case anymore either, even.
So, I mean, yeah, there might be some folks that say, well, but isn't that technically, something new? I guess it is.
So wait, real quick, John. So let's say that,
but I don't think it is going to create something from zero, right?
No, I don't either. For the record,
create something from zero.
But let's unpack this a little bit more. So let's say that the leagues, they did that right now, and let's add in a few other teams, right? Florida State, Miami, they're in the league. Notre Dame is in the league. Let's just pretend that it's a nice even 40 teams, and I'm not going to pick the 40 teams. Let's just say it's 40 teams or 32, whatever you want it to be. You think that they would keep it in terms of, like, right now USC and Oregon are in the same conference as, like, Penn State? You don't think that they would try to geographically fix some stuff, some of the mistakes of conference realignment that they have had, to make it a little bit more normalized in terms of, like, Nebraska's in the same part of the country again as Oklahoma, and Florida's in the same part of the country as whatever?
I think if they get bigger, yes, they will try to regionalize some, but remember, it's all to them, the conferences and the TV networks. It's all about matching up the biggest brands, because that's what TV wants. They want the biggest brands out there. So even if you try to divide things up so that you still have Western-based teams and Eastern-based teams, and they're not crossing over very much, listen, you're still going to see Michigan play USC more often than not. You're still going to see Ohio State play Oregon more often than not, because those are the brands. That's what they want. But it's still going to be under the umbrella of, this is the Big Ten Conference. The presidents and the chancellors and the commissioner, all those people are still going to be there.
But why? Why not? Why wouldn't it just be the Confederation of College Football?
See, I don't think it. Why? Because I don't think the Big Ten wants to give up that brand.
And you're thinking the same thing for the SEC.
I think we might be arguing semantics. I think we can still get to a similar end game where you basically have two leagues running the show, and yet it still look like, quote unquote, a confederation of college football. But my main argument is The Big Ten and its schools and its TV contract, they're not going to give that up for the greater good of, well, let's just pool everybody together and negotiate a contract like the NFL. That's why I keep going back to the analogy of the NFL and the AFL. In the late 60s, when the two leagues agreed to merge, and now this is pre-1970, when everything came under one umbrella. We're talking 66 to 69.
Nice.
The NFL was still its own separate league, its own autonomous league. It negotiated its own television contracts. It made its own rules. The AFL was the same thing. The only thing they came together in commonly was the playoffs and the draft. But everything else, like the 2-point conversion, was still an AFL thing. NFL didn't have one. That's kind of how I see it, right? Where the SEC and the Big Ten will come together for a playoff, and they'll agree on certain rules. But when it comes down to who's going to televise our games, how much money we're going to make, which is what drives all of this, the Big Ten is still going to be a sovereign nation. The SEC is still going to be a sovereign nation.
All right, I definitely disagree with that.
That's how I see it. That's how I see it playing out.
Yeah, I think they're going to come together and they're going to negotiate together because they'll be able to make more money. Just like the NFL has done it under and they are able to make more money together. I think the Big Ten, I think the brands of these leagues will agree, like, this would be better if Ohio State and USC and Alabama and LSU could all negotiate together, because I think they'd be able to command more money that way.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're wrong.
You just doubt that these schools would get, or that the conferences would give up the power.
Yeah, they don't want to give up the power. And let's face it, nothing that has ever been done in the history of college sports has ever been done with common sense as a guide.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right? What you're describing, Josh, is very common sense, very business-like, very, hey, this is the best way moving forward. But when in the history of major college sports have they ever done anything with common sense rooted at its base?
Yeah, it does not happen. It is not a thing that we see.
Never. All right. So there's another topic alert.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, in lieu of the movie club, what are the highest grossing sports movies by sport? Some of these might surprise you. Also, I found some funny anecdotes about the movie Airplane because it's hilarious and I love to talk about Airplane. So we'll do that more. We got a lot of more topic alerts, including our big grand topic alert.
Oh, yeah.
Stolen from Dave Feit, our friend and colleague. The quintessential Nebraska football drama of the last, we'll call it 15 years. Basically the Bo Pelini era forward. The quintessential Nebraska drama. This is off-field drama. This is not related to a controversial call or necessarily a game, but the quintessential Nebraska football drama, which we haven't had yet this year, and we won't have this year, I promise you.
Uh-oh.
That's coming up as topic alert. Jan 6 in July continues on this July the 5th. What do you see, Wrigley? Something. She hasn't seen. There's no one out walking their dogs today. This is a great dog walking day, man.
It really is the way you're describing it.
Oh, it's beautiful. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to avoid this afternoon. We have a little bit of a delay on southbound 204th at Q Street. Delays on eastbound West Center Road at 180th. Slight delay on eastbound Dodge at 90th. And on westbound Dodge, delays from 108th to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Pyramid Roofing.
If you've seen the white trucks with Rufus, the spotted dog, then you know about Pyramid Contractors. Replace your siding, windows, roof, or gutters. Call Pyramid Contractors at 402-502-9300 or visit
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
Last chance to stock up for summer. Stampede Ranch Farms has 20 ribeyes for $40. Visit the big truck and tent at Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. Steak, chicken, pork chops, and seafood. Stock up now at prices on meat you haven't seen since 2019. Bulk family party packs to fill your freezer. Get to the truckload meat sale at Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. 20 ribeyes for $40. Huge truckload meat sale is going fast. Huge bulk deals on New York strips, fillets, mega ribeyes, gourmet smash burgers, plus chicken and seafood. All payments accepted, cash, credit, debit, and EBT. Look for the big truck and big tent and signs that say 20 ribeyes for $40, plus huge bulk deals on steak, chicken, seafood, and pork. Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. Find all weekend for 20 ribeyes for $40 at the truckload meat sale, only at Tractor Supply, Council Bluffs.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. 2 locations in the old market right off of Jackson Street and also in Benson right next to Taste of New Orleans. You know, one of the toughest things about the summer is trying to figure out what you're going to do with the kids, right? You got to fill some time. It's a great time to go visit either one of the Ted and Wally's locations. Your kids are going to love getting some ice cream. You're going to love getting out of the house. It is a win-win for both of you. So whether you're going downtown and checking out the old market and getting you some ice cream or going to Benson and getting some Taste of New Orleans, stop by and tell them Severe sent you.
ZZ Top, the Elevation Tour. October 1st, Liberty First Credit Union Arena. Playing all their classic hits. ZZ Top. On sale now at LibertyFirstCreditUnionArena.com or at the box office. Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. You know, it is a one beer Friday, too. Just
yeah.
realized.
Beer fridge right behind me, baby.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to finish my iced tea before we get to that, but that'll be coming up.
We still got time. We got 45 minutes.
We got time. We got plenty of time, but welcome back to Topic Alert, Jan 6 in July. I saw this earlier this week, and I know when we reviewed Airplane, we talked about it with Kent in the movie club.
Was that early COVID, John? Do you remember? Was this 2020 when we did Airplane?
I thought it was post-COVID,
Okay.
But I honestly don't remember. But the Twitter handle All the Right Movies is a great follow because they basically just do these long threads of basically factoids about how the movie came to be, and there's a lot of really fascinating stuff. And Airplane, shockingly, 44 years ago.
Wow.
This summer, 1980, 44 years ago this summer, came out. What I didn't realize, and there were a lot of things in here I didn't realize about the movie Airplane. I always thought for the longest time, back in the 70s, there was a series of movies basically about airline disasters, whether it was, hijacked airlines or, whatever the case may be. And I always thought the Airplane was made to spoof those films. But in reality, the creators of the movie, the Zuckers, David and Jerry, and Jim Abrams, who wrote and directed the film, actually got the inspiration for the movie from a 1957 film called 0 Hour. And they were, sitting around doing what, broke Hollywood writers do.
Probably stoned.
Probably stoned. And they were watching this movie and basically came up with the entire script for Airplane. And there's a couple of scenes, like the famous scene in the cockpit when little Joey goes up to the cockpit to meet with Captain Over and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And, of course, the infamous line of, have you ever seen a grown man naked? That scene, at least the beginning of that scene, is almost ripped off word for word from 0 Hour. Because there's a similar scene where the little kid goes in the cockpit and the line about, I've never been in a plane before. And the way it's delivered, it's similar. And to keep from being in violation of copyright, the Zuckers bought the rights to 0 Hour for like $2,500 because they intended to basically rip this movie off from start to finish. And so they bought the rights to this film so they could basically do whatever they want. But that was the inspiration. And there's some funny scenes in there. But
yeah, Posty says Airplane is just 0 Hour with jokes. It's the exact same movie, but bad and not funny.
Yeah. The role of Ted Stryker, the hero of the film, was originally intended for David Letterman.
Oh, wow.
Because the Zuckers were pals with Letterman. They wanted him to be. Could you imagine what his career would have been like if he had been in that? Because that was before Late Night started. Late Night with David Letterman.
Yeah, does he become an actor more than a late night guy?
Exactly.
And how does it change the movie? Because obviously he's very funny, but it's different doing what he does or what he did versus being an actor in an actual movie.
Some of the funny stuff. Now, the thing that makes Airplane work is you have these historically serious actors, Lloyd Bridges, Robert Stack, Peter Graves, Leslie Nielsen, all were serious actors. The thing that made the film work was these guys still playing the serious man in an absurd movie and getting these guys to stay in character. In fact, Peter Graves, who is the captain, who had to utter the line, have you ever seen a grown man naked? When he read the script, wanted nothing to do with this film, thought it was the worst idea ever. It was his family that talked him into it because they said, this is going to be great. People are going to love this. And he took the role because of that. On his own admission, he would not have done it because he thought, there's no way I can get away with doing this. So it was his family that talked him into it. I'm looking down the list. Yeah, Peter Graves said he read the script and dismissed it as disgusting crap. But his family thought it was hilarious and wanted him to do it. The role that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got was not intended for him either. Originally, would you like to guess what famous late 70s sports athlete was originally intended to be the co-pilot?
Late 70s?
I think late 70s, very high profile.
I mean, OJ, right? It would have been OJ?
I'll give you a hint. It is not basketball. It is not football.
Oh.
Very noteworthy athlete.
Reggie Jackson.
Close in that you're in the right sport. Pete Rose.
Interesting.
Pete Rose was the original choice, but he turned it down, so they turned to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. They offered Kareem Abdul-Jabbar $30,000 to do the film. Jabbar said, if you give me $5,000 more, I'll do it. And the reason why he picked that number was because there was a certain rug that he wanted to buy for his house, an exotic rug that cost $35,000. That's why he asked for $35,000.
Good Lord, a $35,000 rug in 1980, John? Wow.
Exactly.
Sheesh.
But anyway, a lot of interesting stuff. If you want to look it up, it's all the right movies. But it's just it's so hilarious. And it still holds up today. But I thought I'd share that because I thought it was really fun, really kind of funny. Next thing up, though, I promised this.
Yeah.
And I told you I did do some work today.
Yeah, this is unreal. I cannot believe that you did. I thought we had agreed. No work, no prep today.
So the website boxofficemojo.com has identified the highest grossing sports films by sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they divided it up by sport. What is the highest grossing film by sport? And has put up the list. And for those of you watching in the stream, we've got the list up for you. I would not have guessed that first of all, that the highest grossing sports movie period was Rocky IV. Now, this is all adjusted by inflation. So this is all based on current dollars, 2024 dollars. But that Rocky IV is the highest grossing sports movie ever, and it's not even close.
What would you have guessed?
I don't know what I would have guessed. I might have guessed.
It makes sense to me. Like, that was like peak cultural zeitgeist of that movie, of that franchise. You know, like, and there's the whole Cold War angle of it, the patriotism angle of seeing that movie.
Yeah,
and while like people like the new the Creed movies, like it just does not have a stranglehold like it could in the 80s.
Yeah, I guess you're right, but I don't know. It just surprised me. And by the way, adjusted for inflation, Rocky IV, which was released in 1985, $850 million.
That is insane. That is insane.
Next highest on this list is Karate Kid. And by the way, it's not the original Karate Kid. It's the remake Karate Kid with Jackie Chan from 2010.
Oh, what the hell?
$501 million adjusted for inflation. Yeah, that makes me sick because I didn't even see that one. I didn't care for it. I wasn't going to watch it because I didn't need to see a remake. The original is the best. The highest, by the way, that's the highest grossing martial arts film of all time. In basketball, it is Space Jam.
That makes sense. Michael Jordan.
And I'm trying to think what would even be next closest on the list.
Yeah, you know, like the basketball movie that comes to my mind is Coach Carter. You know, that came out when I was in high school. There are basketball movies, but yeah, that is one of the more memorable ones.
But like mainstream, you know, popular among a lot of different people. You know,
yeah, we did Blue Chips in the movie club, but that's not like that. That didn't kind of cut through a lot of that noise.
No, it didn't. The highest grossing football movie of all time is The Blind Side.
That makes sense to me, though, like, because I know that one movie that I'm guessing a lot of people think of right now, John, is Longest Yard, but that was more of a cult classic, right? Like, that wasn't massive immediately.
You know, that's a good question.
Blindside was freaking huge. You know, that was Oscar bait. It won Sandra Bullock an Oscar. And it was, you know, I don't know. It seemed like kind of the movie of its time. It came out at the exact right time that it needed to.
Here's another thing that makes me sick is that when I type in The Longest Yard, it takes me to the crappy remake version.
Oh, so much funnier.
Again, the original was not meant to be funny.
I went in thinking it was a comedy, John, and I was very disappointed by it.
I mean, it's about a sadistic warden trying to, organize a football game. That sounds like a very serious film. Only 43 million, according to Box Office Mojo, for the original Longest Yard.
Oh wow! So even with inflation, it still is nowhere near that number.
Let's see. Now, of course, boxing and baseball are.
Interesting that you skip over motorsports and Winter Olympics. Interesting.
Well, I'm not skipping over it, but I just wanted to mention that those are the two sports that tend to put out the quote unquote best movies. It just seems like baseball movies and boxing movies have always tested well with fans. There's a lot more both quantity and quality with those two sports than in any other sport.
Yes.
It surprises me that A League of Their Own is the highest grossing baseball movie of all time.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because going back to the original start of this segment, Adam texted into the show and he said, I would have guessed Field of Dreams. And Field of Dreams isn't even the most the biggest box office for a baseball movie. You're right. There are a lot of baseball movies.
Now
very,
some of it is that a couple of the more popular ones, Major League and Bull Durham, were both R-rated.
Yes. Well, League of Their Own, John, it had Tom Hanks right as he is becoming like the biggest movie star in the world,
and
right?
It had a lot of
multiple Oscars. Yeah. Gina Davis.
It had a lot of stars.
Madonna, Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, so it had a lot of star power behind it.
Great movie. I rewatched that a couple of years ago. It's so fun.
And it is. It's a very solid movie, but it was. I was a little surprised. It was the highest grossing among the baseball movies. The highest grossing golf movie, not surprising, Caddyshack.
Yeah.
Slapshot. Now, hockey doesn't have a ton of movies to its name. Obviously,
yeah, it has the Mighty Ducks. It has Miracle.
As Miracle, but Slapshot is the.
You ever saw Slapshot?
Movie. I have not seen it in its entirety.
Yeah,
that may need to be a movie club selection.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you haven't seen it, then yeah, maybe we should do that. I'll go look and see if it's streaming anywhere.
But yeah, I did skip over motorsports because one of the worst movies ever made, Days of Thunder, is. But that's not surprising because I mean that's Tom Cruise, and that was during his peak, and essentially Days of Thunder was Top Gun on wheels.
Yeah.
So that's the highest grossing, and there's not a lot of others that would be particularly close.
No, you know what? I will say this, John. I'm a little surprised that just given the era in which it came out in, that Talladega Nights doesn't beat it, because that was the first Will Ferrell movie after Anchorman. Like, he was pretty much at the peak of his powers. It made $163 million. So if you adjust it for inflation, it's not that far off from Days of Thunder. But yeah, it just says a whole lot about Tom Cruise at that moment in time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it was Tom Cruise was the thing that drove that.
Yeah,
it wasn't
for sure.
so much. It wasn't so much the popularity of NASCAR as it was that it was Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
So there you go. Other sports of note: Summer Olympics, Chariots on Fire.
Chariots of Fire, John. Of Fire.
Oh, I thought they were setting them on
fire. Of Fire, John.
Soccer movies. Not that there's a lot of them. Bend It Like Beckham.
Never saw that one.
It's on there. Never saw that one. But those are the highest grossing movies by sport.
Nice.
According to Box Office Mojo. So there you go. We got our movies in.
Look at that movie. And that's a reminder, John, that next week's movie club movie is
the Godzilla one.
Godzilla.
From Japan.
Right.
From Godzilla -1, right?
Yes. Yeah. And it's on Max.
It's on Netflix.
It is?
Isn't it?
No, I thought it was on Max. I'll look at it.
I started watching it last week.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. It is on Netflix. For some reason, I thought it was on Max. Okay, good. Thank you for fixing that. Yeah. Netflix is where it's at. All right. Perfect.
Coming up next, more topic alert, Jan 6 in July. I've got a question for you. We just passed the 4th of July, and so I want to switch gears to baseball, but I want to use you as a guinea pig.
Okay.
For a Hall of Fame conversation. And no, it has nothing to do with Pete Rose. We have decided to save should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame discussion for next year's topic alert.
And LeBron versus Michael Jordan will do that next year as well. By the way, John, just confirming again that we are live on the air on this Friday, July 5th at 4:13 p.m. Joe Biden still running for president. He is indeed still running for president. So some breaking news there for you. Still running for president.
According to who?
According to him. He tweeted it out. He said, I ain't going nowhere.
Are you sure it was him? It was probably the first enabler who tweeted that for him. I'm guessing Joe doesn't handle his own tweets.
I would be stunned if he did. If he did.
Yep. See, told you we were live.
We're
today.
live. We're live. And hey, if that news changes while we're on the air, we would definitely be able to prove that we are live right now. We would definitely be able to prove it.
This kind of sucks for old, what'd you call him? Apolopoulos?
Apolopoulos, yeah.
Because Apolopoulos is doing his interview that's going to air tonight.
That's true. I can't wait to watch that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That'll be great. Yeah.
All right.
Rumbles and Apolopoulos. What a show.
More of Topic Alert, Jan 6 in July as we continue live on this July the 5th on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
I like to hear AI Lou host.
This is a rundown of your top 25 scoreboard from Saturday's action. We begin with the Bulldogs of the SEC, Georgia, number 1 in the country, between the hedges.
What's up with Ryan Day's beard, Lou?
Looks a little painted on, if you ask me, just for men.
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your afternoon with a high of 81 today in Omaha and a bit breezy with northwesterly gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Staying clear tonight, a low of 61 with light winds. Tomorrow, your Saturday, a severe weather day for a chance of scattered showers and storms into the afternoon, few of which may become severe with large hail and damaging winds possible. A high of 84. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to report this afternoon. We are seeing a little bit of a delay on eastbound West Center Road around 180th. Delays on eastbound Dodge from 680 to about 90th. The usual slow going on Dodge between 108th and 120th. And then a slight delay on northbound 204th at Hugh Street. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Omaha Transmission.
You've probably heard about Omaha Transmission saving people money. Call Omaha Transmission and see why people have been recommending them for almost 20 years.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistance, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
At Host Coffee, every cup of coffee served comes with a promise. A promise of quality, innovation, and a dash of fun. Ensuring your workday is as delightful as your coffee break. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
A staple in Omaha can be a staple in your wardrobe. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp with Lindley Clothing, Omaha's premier provider of men's fashion. I can tell you firsthand, I'm extremely satisfied. Most recent purchase of a Baroni suit, but that wasn't the best part of the experience at Lindley Clothing. It was the assistance that was given to me while I was in. Attention to detail, professionalism, positive energy in the store was fantastic. From suits to shorts and everything in between, Lindley Clothing and Well Suited, they've got you covered. And they're conveniently located in the Linden Market, 132nd and West Dodge. Check out Lindley Clothing today.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferys at John Higgins WeatherGuard.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
He's puffing on something, and something's coming out.
The 1620 The Zone.
Oh, I know I keep saying this, but it's just an absolutely
shut up. Stop it.
Absolutely beautiful. No, I wasn't saying that because the weather is nice. I'm saying that because the Cubs won today. We've won 2 in a row. I feel like a change is coming, friends.
Baseball season's underway. Well, you better get ready for a brand new day.
Yeah. Oh, I feel so much better.
What happened? The last time I saw you 2 days ago, you were super miserable. When we talked to Farron on Tuesday, you were super miserable. And now you have a birthday, you're 1 year closer to death, and suddenly you're happy?
Well, I saw them win yesterday. You know, it's been a while.
Hey, there you go. It's been a while.
I mean, they've scored 15 runs in the last 2 days. I mean, this is a change is coming. But on the subject of baseball, and yesterday being July 4th, you know, the holidays, as they fall on the calendar, seems like just about every one of our holidays, one league or another, or one sport or another, has kind of usurped that day as being kind of their thing. Now, of course, when you're the NFL, you start squatting on other people's stuff like they've done with Christmas Day. But, the NBA really did a nice job of promoting itself as a Christmas Day sport. Obviously, the NFL has always had Thanksgiving. College football has always had New Year's Day. Auto racing has used Memorial Day as a big day for them. But July 4th, and while, yes, July 4th, there's always been baseball games played on July 4th, it's kind of strange that they haven't tried to do what the NBA did with Christmas, because what is that? That's not even a 20-year thing yet, is it? Where the NBA really started scheduling games.
Oh, no, dude. NBA on Christmas goes back to like before you were alive.
Yeah, but not like promoted like on network TV where it was an all-day thing or they had a highlighted game.
Oh, no. I mean, like there were
there were NBA games on Christmas when I was growing up, but it wasn't on. I mean, the only sports we ever got on TV was the East-West Shrine Bowl, or no, the Blue-Gray game, the All-Star football game, and the Hula Bowl. Those are the only sports we saw on Christmas on TV.
Well, I mean, you must have just not been watching then, because the Wikipedia page shows there being at least one game on network TV pretty much every year going all the way back into the 70s. But then
I don't remember it then.
So the 90s is when it really changed, because the NBA on NBC, they started doing double headers on NBC in the early 90s, and yeah, just kind of never stopped after that.
But obviously, they've got that. But why hasn't baseball tried to do more with the 4th of July? The most famous thing to ever happen with baseball on the 4th of July was Lou Gehrig's speech. And I think that was more by coincidence. I don't know if it was necessarily planned to happen on the 4th. But, the idea that there's no games on network TV, I was mentioning earlier, the boys got me that new chair and I was putting it together, and it was late in the morning, and the Nationals always play an 11 a.m. local time or 10 o'clock Central Time when they're at home. They play a game on the 4th of July. So it's an early game. And so I'm watching the end of the Mets and the Nationals. But that's because I have MLB TV. But there was no Fox. There wasn't even any FS1. There was no network baseball. It was a full slate of games. Everybody was playing. A lot of teams were playing in the daytime. But that baseball hasn't tried to do more with the 4th of July is, I don't know, it feels like it's a missed opportunity. And
it's flabbergasting, John.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's gonna be the thing that makes baseball the most popular sport in America again, but I think it is a missed opportunity to just have more people tuning in and watching.
I couldn't agree with you more. Because I was the same way yesterday when we started doing stuff around the house, cooking, getting ready for the day. We were like, oh, let's turn on a baseball game. And we went over to ESPN, and it was, because it's funny, because Brent texted us in because 4th of July is hot dog day. And so we turned it on ESPN. Hot dog eating contest was over, and there was no game. And I had the same reaction that you did. And I was like, really? There isn't games on all day? Tony says Fox is too busy with Euros and the Copa America. That's fine. But what about Turner? What about ESPN? What about Fox Sports 1? Like, baseball isn't just on one channel. And I
would argue this, Josh, that if baseball had done something about this, or Fox, who has basically been the number one baseball network since the early 2000s, if they would have done something with this earlier, they'd be running a baseball game instead of Copa America. And I'm not turning this into a baseball versus soccer thing, but
if they had the tradition of baseball on the 4th, I understand what you're saying.
But you're right. I mean, Turner's got a national deal. They run a game every Tuesday night, obviously ESPN. But there's
just a stunner that they wouldn't want to blow it out and try to make it, a all-day affair whether it's on one network or multiple networks. Because, like, as we're sitting around the house yesterday, we had the TV on and we wanted to watch some stuff, or we wanted stuff as background noise. And like, we have MLB.TV as well. So like, we could throw baseball games on, and we did. But it's odd given what you talked about with the NFL earlier. The NFL forever has owned Thanksgiving. Now they're trying to own Christmas. For a long time, the NBA and Christmas, were very much synonymous. It's a bit strange. College football on New Year's Day, right? It's strange because
every holiday that we observe that typically it results in a day off, right? Has a sport connection to it. Labor Day weekend has college football. They also have New Year, every one. But July 4th, and baseball is basically the only major, sport going on in the United States.
Correct.
At that time,
it's like a great opportunity, man. It's a great opportunity to put your big brands, your big stars, your big teams, whatever it is, and just do, blowout coverage and say, we're going to air 4 games starting at 11 a.m. Central, 12 Eastern, and we're going to have 3 or 4 games on all day long. And you're going to get to watch the Yankees and the Red Sox, and you're going to get to watch the Cubs and the Cardinals, and you're going to get to watch the Dodgers and the Giants. You could go coast to coast. It really wouldn't be that difficult. You're going to watch the Astros and somebody, where you could put all of these franchises that are either historic franchises, newer franchises, teams that have bigger players, whatever it is. It would be super, super easy to just throw it on TBS all day long, or throw it on Fox all day long, or whatever. I don't know. It's very
or maybe you sync it up. So, they just did the Negro League celebration at Rickwood Field. Time that up. They did the Field of Dreams games recently. Maybe sync that up with there, or it's just make it very simple. Make sure you have some great rivalry games or great games of interest. If you identify, some teams before the season. Hey, we know the Yankees are going to be good. We know, like the Yankees-Dodgers series that just happened a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, for sure.
Put that on the week of the 4th. But yeah, it just seems like a missed opportunity. All right. I'm going to use you as a guinea pig for something here. Jason Stark did an article. Basically, he updated his current baseball players who are destined or are on track for the Hall of Fame. Okay. And strangely, he used a football analogy to describe all the categories. Like, the players that are close are in the red zone. Other players are across the 50-yard
line. Why wouldn't you say like rounding third or at second base?
Great point. But again,
tough luck for baseball.
It's another point that, football has over everything. But I'm not going to get, because I'll give you the ones that he's got in. I don't want to argue these, but the reason I want to use you as a guinea pig, it's called the Hall of Fame. And not everyone who gets into Halls of Fame are necessarily famous.
Yeah, they're the best. I view it as the best players of their era. That's what I think it should be.
Things like this exist to both celebrate the game, promote the game, and to highlight the stars of the game. And I just want to look at the fame component, right?
Okay.
So I'm just going to list you off some of the players that he has. And
am I telling you if these guys are famous or not?
I just want you to tell me if you know of them enough, or you think of them enough as a non-hardcore baseball fan.
Okay.
If they pass the fame smell test.
Okay.
And again, this isn't the only thing that gets people into Halls of Fame. I understand that. But I just want to see how these folks are perceived, because as I was growing up, everybody knew the Pete Roses, the Mike Schmidts, the Steve Carltons, the Ozzie Smiths, the folks that were the big stars when I was growing up, the Reggie Jacksons. Yeah. Everybody knew them, right? Everybody knew them, even if they weren't a huge baseball fan. But I'm curious when I mention these names, how they resonate with you.
And real quick, these are current players?
These are all current players.
Okay.
I'm not going to use these guys because you obviously know them. But by the way, Jason Stark has these guys are in the Hall of Fame right now. They don't have to do anything more in their careers to get in the Hall of Fame. Mike Trout, Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer, Freddie Freeman.
Okay.
Now, here are some other names. These are kind of moving down the list a little bit. Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I'd say he's one of the most famous players of the last 15 years.
Joey Votto.
No, don't know anything about that man. I have no takes on him.
Mookie Betts.
Oh, yeah, very famous. The trade people, Red Sox fans, and maybe this is because I listen to Bill Simmons, but Red Sox fans still bring up the Mookie Betts trade as like one of their biggest regrets.
Paul Goldschmidt.
More famous than Votto, but I don't. In terms of fame, definitely not.
Bryce Harper.
Oh yeah, dude, he might be the most famous baseball player of the last 15 years. You could make an argument for that.
Nolan Arenado.
No.
Manny Machado.
He's not a hard no, but I don't know, again, the fame level, I don't know if he's up there.
I'm going to skip past these next three names because, they're still, I would say at the front end of their careers. They haven't peaked over the top. And by the way, this group also includes Ohtani, but obviously they're the most popular names currently in the sport or close to the most popular names. But I'm going to move down to what he calls the moving the chain. So these are the guys that, still have work to do, but are trending in the right direction.
Okay.
Garrett Cole.
He's famous, yeah, but I don't think he's more famous than some of the guys that I've been a hard no on, that's for sure.
Juan Soto.
I would say the same thing about him as I would Garrett Cole.
I'll be very curious to see how this looks in 5 or 6 years as he continues playing in New York, and we assume the Yankees will. Yankees are always in the conversation, but if the Yankees are in the postseason conversation, stronger than they have been.
Yeah.
Jose Ramirez.
No.
Do you know what team Jose Ramirez plays for?
Is he on Cleveland?
Yes.
Okay, I've heard Schaefer talk about him.
I only ask you this because I just wanted Schaefer to have something on.
Yeah, well, I think we talked about him on Wednesday, right? So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Thankfully, we did. I wouldn't have been able to guess that if we wouldn't have.
I'll give you a couple more here. Ronald Acuna Jr.
Yeah, he is very famous. Though I feel like he's more famous now for being hurt multiple times over the last few years.
Carlos Correa.
Again, he was of the players that you have listed, I would say his fame is in the middle tier for me.
Okay. I just wanted to see, I'm just curious because, again, when I was growing up, everybody knew everything about, the guys that we knew were going to get in the Hall of Fame, right? Even players that didn't, we knew of them. But I just was curious how you perceive these names. And because they're all on Jason Stark's list, varying degrees on this list.
Isn't the hard part about this, John, is that, are we sure that this is actually going to happen? You gave me the locks, and I'm like, wow, interesting that anyone would feel comfortable calling any baseball player a lock for the Hall of Fame, just given how annoying it's been over the last however many years.
Yeah, but Trout, Trout.
Yeah, yes, for sure. He, if you were to say, Josh, who is the most likely to get into the Hall of Fame, you can only name one. Trout would have been my first name that I would have mentioned.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we're getting closer to One Beer Friday, but next we're going to discuss our list of the most famous touchdowns in NFL history. It is topic alert, Jan 6 in July. We're closing in on One Beer Friday as well. So stick around. We're still here. We're still live on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Hello, I'm Doug Nodgaard with Equitable Bank. If you've ever wanted to have your cake and eat it too, there's good news. You can have that every day at Equitable Bank. You get state-of-the-art mobile banking as well as online banking. And if you ever forget your password, don't worry. You can give us a call at 402-827-8100 and we'll answer it on the first ring to help. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
The Storm Chasers travel to Des Moines to take on the Iowa Cubs tonight. First pitch scheduled for 7:08. You can hear all the action on your home for the Storm Chasers, 1290 Coil.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
You like it when I'm out here? Huh? Do you? Mr. Wrigley? Oh, hi. We're on the air.
We're on the air, John.
We're on the air. Next topic alert. The greatest touchdowns in NFL history. I don't know where this came from, but Nick...
Yeah, it was in our calendar invite.
Yeah, it was a calendar invite. Nick occasionally will use calendar invites. I'm guessing we were spitballing ideas during a crossover
for the summer.
And occasionally, and Nick threw this in. But the greatest touchdowns in NFL history. And remember, this is topic alert. This is. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one.
10-6 in July.
So nothing is off the table here. Obviously, the two that are at the top of the list and are inarguable and are probably one.
Oh, I wonder which ones these will be.
Well, obviously, there's Cooper Kupp's touchdown in Super Bowl.
What a very specific one. Interesting.
And there's, all touchdown. These are all specific. And, of course, Reverend Ike, the 80-yard touchdown from Kurt Warner in Super Bowl 34. Those are the most famous. So those are the inarguable. No. Nice. In all seriousness, immaculate reception, the catch. And I don't know if there's and maybe that's how we can couch this argument.
Famous?
Are we going famous? Is there another touchdown that could break that stranglehold on the top two spots?
So I thought of a couple, and I actually went back in time a bit further. The greatest game ever played in 58, Alan Amici going over the goal line. That was one that popped into my mind. Bart Starr's touchdown in the Ice Bowl. That also popped into my mind. Now, here's the issue with both of those, John, compared to the plays that you mentioned. They are very short. They are a sneak and a dive, which in a way, it's kind of quintessential football. And maybe a bigger issue is that they are so long ago. And so are they as famous? But like, especially the Amici touchdown, I think you can make an argument for Bart Starr's sneak. But the Allen Amici one, I feel like you got to be a real football fan to know that one. You've got to be, dude, the casual of casuals, I think, are going to know about the Immaculate Reception, and they're going to know about Dwight Clark's catch, because those plays are still replayed all the time. They represent something very specific at a very specific moment in time, in particular the 49ers one, because it begins the dynasty. It ends the Cowboys dynasty, and it begins their own dynasty. So it's hard for me to think that the two that I mentioned are more famous, but you started off with two excellent ones right away.
Even though it didn't begat a Super Bowl, the Immaculate Reception basically kicked off the Steelers dynasty, right? It would take a couple more years for them to win a Super Bowl, but that was their first playoff appearance in 40 years.
So not to do the bit, but people forget that was a part of a season that they didn't even win the Super Bowl, right? Like not like most people I think would expect that it would have been.
But that was kind of the nation's introduction to the Steelers. Today the Steelers are considered one of those national brands, like the Cowboys, like the Packers. But in 1972, the Steelers were
not.
They were nobodies, right?
Yeah.
They had never been good, especially in the television era of football. And so the Immaculate Reception in many ways was like the introduction to America of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, definitely.
And so that's why obviously the unusual nature of that play. It was so dramatic. It was so sudden. It was so weird. And it was controversial.
Definitely.
The catch, obviously, the catch was one of those things that it really kind of, even though Dallas would show up, in the playoffs for a couple more years, it was the changing of the guard, of the passing of the baton, of the Cowboys being the premier franchise in the NFC to the 49ers. And of course it launched, the greatest run of, success in the 80s by the 49ers. And it also had an element that was kind of unusual, where it almost looked like it was a desperate throw and it really wasn't.
They threw it away. Yeah.
So, the thing about Bart Starr's TD, very important. It was the third straight NFL championship, but that was the end of the Packers dynasty, right?
Yeah.
The Allen Amici touchdown, significant because that was the day where the NFL was announced on the national stage, right? It was the most watched football game ever. Pro football came of age with that game. But I think part of it is it has been so long ago that it doesn't quite resonate. Yes, the Colts won the championship, but it didn't begat a dynasty.
Yep.
There wasn't anything particularly unusual about.
Yeah, again, it was a dive, and the angle that we always see it from is always like the end zone behind the play, like going right towards the camera. And so that one is so long. I mean, it's 58, right? So it's been many years. Some other ones coming in. Josh tweets in. He says John Taylor from Montana that won the Super Bowl, not a playoff game. Like I think that's famous, but not to poo-poo the play. It's a very traditional play, right? Drop back, pass, catch, touchdown. There's nothing kind of weird about it, I think, like the two that you mentioned a little bit earlier. Here's a weird one, though, and it is, again, just a playoff game, but Pedro texts in, what about the Music City Miracle? If you're thinking about recent vintage, that happens, the 1999 season. That is one of the more famous plays of the last 25 years. Again, because of the oddity of it, a great call by the radio announcer. So, yeah, I think that's a good one to mention.
I mean, of the more recent vintage, I think the Minneapolis Miracle.
Definitely.
You talk about unusual, sudden, shocking.
Yeah. Yes. We thought they were going to get a field goal, and instead they walk it off.
Right. That certainly is up there. But you know what's interesting, and the thing about the Immaculate Reception, the thing about the catch, were that those clicked right away, right? I mean, there was something symbolic about both of them right away. With the one I'm about to mention, it's interesting that it hasn't clicked right away, though it's a walk-off touchdown.
Okay.
In a Super Bowl. And the touchdown that just ended, Super Bowl 58.
Yeah.
Right? We finally get a walk, and I realize, Patriots fan, I'm not ignoring you. You did have the first walk-off touchdown in Super Bowl history, but there was controversy with that because we hated the rule. The Falcons never got a chance to possess the ball. And so it kind of felt, unless you're a Patriots fan, it felt a little empty to the rest of us.
Whereas this one was at the end of like a whole quarter. We almost got a second overtime.
Yes, the 49ers got to have the ball. The Chiefs, so there was, but strange, and you had stars. You had Patrick Mahomes, the biggest star in the game, involved in the play. But for some reason, that doesn't. You're right. It doesn't pop. And to Chiefs fans, yes, absolutely, it pops. But I'm talking bigger picture globally. It doesn't have that, right?
Yeah.
That you kind of expect from the greatest touchdowns in NFL history. I had a few others. Let me see.
Here, I got one for you while you're looking, John. Josh says he's.
Let me throw you one. The original Hail Mary.
Drew Pearson?
The Roger Staubach to Drew Pearson.
Yeah, Chris in Montana texted that one in. Yeah. That's very famous. Vikings fans will say it's infamous.
How about, you want an infamous one? How about the Fail Mary?
Oh, that's a good one. And that's a regular season touchdown that really in the end doesn't mean a ton for like the history of the game, but what it was important for was it got rid of the referee, what was it, the strike or whatever? Like that changed a lot. Like where they brought back the actual referees for the rest of the season. That's a good one. Josh tweeted in, John, and he said if you're going for weird, the Harrison 99-yard interception versus the Cardinals in the Super Bowl. That was another one that I was about to bring up. Cardinals are about to go in and score. It's the end of the first half. James Harrison picks it off. He goes all the way the other way. And it's funny because that is one of two famous touchdowns from that game because the other one is the Santonio Holmes catch that wins the Steelers the Super Bowl at the very end of that game.
It's kind of crazy, that game, you just mentioned it, had two very iconic plays, and I don't know if it's because the Cardinals were in the game, that Super Bowl doesn't get mentioned a lot right off. I mean, when people just say, hey, your best Super Bowl, right? Or your favorite Super Bowl, that one doesn't get mentioned right away by a lot of folks.
You don't think so?
But I don't think it does. I think it's kind of a, I mean, it's obviously a great game, but it's almost maybe underappreciated.
Interesting. Because I feel like in the years after that was like always near the top of the list for greatest Super Bowls. And so maybe it's just that the distance of time, is passing, that it's just not mentioned as much. And we've been on this hellacious run of great Super Bowls that it's just kind of another one. But you're right, like memorable plays. How about this one from Tony on YouTube? He says the OBJ touchdown, one-handed catch. That is, you want to talk about famous regular season touchdowns and kind of a game that is, the Giants didn't even beat the Cowboys that night, but that is one of the more famous regular season touchdowns of the last decade because it was a catch that we have never really seen before and we really haven't seen since. And anytime that if OBJ has a good game, that play is always shown now, still, to this day. If he plays well, if he has a game for the Dolphins this year where he has 120 yards and a couple touchdowns, I know at some point in time, Fox or CBS or NBC, they're going to be like, hey, remember that one time he had that catch on Sunday Night Football versus the Cowboys?
I'll throw one more thing out here before we go to break and we get to One Beer Friday. So we've mentioned the Steelers. We've mentioned the 49ers. We've mentioned the Cowboys. We've mentioned the Chiefs. We've mentioned the Packers.
Yep.
And the Patriots got mentioned, but interesting that of all the famous touchdowns, what's Tom Brady's most famous touchdown that he was involved in?
Oh, man. Would it be the touchdown pass that he had to Randy Moss for 50? His 50th touchdown pass in the regular season versus the Giants? Yeah, because all of their Super Bowls earlier were won on field goals. So like it wasn't like a walk-off in that regard.
But isn't that interesting that all of these other franchises that have had the dynasties or the runs have something? And again, I know the Patriots had the walk-off in the Super Bowl against the Falcons. But
that was a handoff. Rex Burkhead scores on a touchdown versus the Chiefs.
That was a handoff.
Yeah.
What's Tom Brady's most famous touchdown?
And John, I think I know what the answer to this question is, but I'll ask you to see if you do. So they beat the Seahawks. That game is more known, of course, for the interception by Malcolm Butler. How did the Patriots score to take the lead? Do you remember how they scored? I'm fairly confident that it was a touchdown pass to Julian Edelman, but I think I might even be wrong on that because that game is more known for what happened on the other end of the field. But you're right. Like his most famous plays, I think certainly the tuck rule, right? That is probably Tom Brady's most famous individual play. But like the Julian Edelman catch in the comeback versus the Falcons, great play, incredible catch. That doesn't win them the game, though. It's just another play in a list of plays that allowed them to get that comeback.
Right.
Yeah. That's an awesome point.
It doesn't feel like Brady has a signature play or a signature touchdown, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm struggling because you're right. I mean, a lot of his Super Bowls, yes, he got him in position, he set him up, but a lot of his Super Bowls were won on field goals.
Yeah. Exactly. Like even the Buccaneers one. Like I know he had some touchdown passes in the game. Gronk scored a couple of times, 2-3 times, but that game is more known for the Chiefs' offense, being horrible and Mahomes running for his life half the night.
All right. Coming up next, it is the happy hour, and on a Friday, it means a one beer Friday. We are going to tackle what is, since 2008, the Bo Pelini era. The quintessential Husker drama topic.
Topic alert.
We'll explain, but we all know what the Husker dramas have been like the last 15 or so years.
Oh, yeah.
What is the quintessential Husker drama topic? And it's perfect for a one beer Friday because many of you are going to want to drink reliving some of these. So we'll do that as we roll on here. It's a one beer Friday on a gorgeous day, the day after the 4th on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to worry about this afternoon. We are getting reports of delays on westbound 370 between 72nd and 84th. A slight delay on southbound 204th at F Street. Delays on Dodge for both directions around 90th. And if you're west on Dodge, slight delay between 108th and 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Backlund Plumbing.
Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town.
So you need a plumber, do you? You should call the most referred plumber in town. Backlund Plumbing.
Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town.
Last chance to stock up for summer. Stampede Ranch Farms has 20 ribeyes for $40. Visit the big truck and tent at Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. Steak, chicken, pork chops, and seafood. Stock up now at prices on meat you haven't seen since 2019. Bulk family party packs to fill your freezer. Get to the truckload meat sale at Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. 20 ribeyes for $40. Huge truckload meat sale is going fast. Huge bulk deals on New York strips, fillets, mega ribeyes, gourmet smash burgers, plus chicken and seafood. All payments accepted, cash, credit, debit, and EBT. Look for the big truck and big tent and signs that say 20 ribeyes for $40, plus huge bulk deals on steak, chicken, seafood, and pork. Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. Find all weekend for 20 ribeyes for $40 at the truckload meat sale, only at Tractor Supply, Council Bluffs.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
It's simple, Nebraska. Do the FAFSA.
No, it's not a new dance trend.
It's the free application for federal student aid.
That's money for college. Thousands of dollars for classes, books, and housing.
Just 10 minutes is all it takes to apply for the financial aid you need.
With fewer questions and faster fill-out time, it's simple to see how much you're qualified for.
Go ahead, Nebraska. Do the FAFSA.
Get started at dothefafsa.org.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
One Beer Friday. I know yesterday everyone probably got their drinking in and the night before, but that doesn't mean we still can't enjoy heading into a weekend because some of us actually worked today. So with that, we raise a glass and say, happy weekend, everybody. And literally everybody.
Oh, yeah.
I went with a summer shandy.
You okay?
It just went down the wrong pipe.
Oh, no.
But summer shandy.
I am drinking. It is a collab beer between Monolithic and Lumen Beer Company, which is down in Little Bohemia. It is called Episode 4. It is the last of a 4-pack that I got, and I'm very sad that it is gone after this because it is very, very good. Very, very good.
Awesome. Well, happy One Beer Friday. We forgot to mention all this time we've been on the air. Hey, Joey, what's that hat you're wearing?
Oh, would you shut up?
Oh,
John?
yeah. It's my championship hat.
From who?
From the Boston Celtics.
The Boston
Celtics. And now they got banner 18, which is 6 more than the Los Angeles Lakers.
Oh, Joey is one of the banner truthers.
I'm not counting the 5 that was in Minneapolis.
God, you Boston fans are so weird, man. You're all such dorks.
Listen.
11 of the titles happened when the league had 8 teams, but we're going to make fun of the Lakers for having 5 from Minneapolis.
And most of those titles were against the Lakers anyway.
As one who famously has a favorite team who has championships in 3 different cities, I am not a banner truther. We claim the St. Louis Rams title. We claim the Cleveland Rams NFL title. We claim the LA title. So I'm not gonna go that far. It still says Rams champions, just like it says Lakers champions. But congratulations, Joey. It's a gorgeous hat. It's a beautiful hat. Omaha's team, the Boston Celtics.
You want to know how much I spent for the shirt and the hat combined?
$90.
Yeah.
You got it.
God, it is crazy how much stuff is these days.
Yeah, $40 each, and then you got the $5 service, and then
Bidenflation at it again. By the way, still running, Johnny. Still running.
As of 5 p.m., it's straight up 5 o'clock Central Time on July the 5th. Joe Biden's still running.
He's running
for president. All right. Yeah. It is time to tackle the subject. I'm really bad at updating these things, our little graphics.
Oh, you're fine. You want me to read the original tweet from Dave?
Yes. Yeah, send the original tweet. This is from Dave Fight, writer for Husker Max.
Yeah, so he asked this in Dumb Debates a week and a half ago. We've been saving it for this moment. What is the quintessential Nebraska football drama of the last 10 years? I.e., what would be your go-to anecdote to help an outsider understand how the program has slipped?
For the purposes of this question, I'm going to extend it out to the Bo Pelini era, because if you think about it,
shouldn't we go back further than that? Shouldn't we go back to the Callahan era? Like, if you want to start getting into weird, because they haven't won a conference title since the Callahan era began.
We could, but
my answer will not be in the Callahan era, though. So,
right. I think mainly just so that. Because let's face it, as sad as this is for me to admit, there's a lot of people in our audience that don't have as many memories of the Callahan and Solich years because they weren't old enough. But, I mean, with the Bo Pelini era, we're going back 16 years. So I feel pretty confident that everybody that listens to the Grum has a pretty good grasp, right, on the memory. And we got to put boundaries on it somewhere. So why not start in 2008 with Bo Pelini? But what is the quintessential Husker football drama since Bo Pelini arrived in 2008.
By the way, Dave, he put together a list of a lot of things that have happened. I don't know if I want to read all of these just because it would take some time, but to give people an example of maybe what we're looking for here. In the Pelini era, both of the audio tapes, the drama around who leaked the first audio tape, swinging his hat at the ref, daring Eichhorst to fire him, among them. Mike Riley, as he writes, took team to a hip-hop concert. Team allegedly never did squats. Banker saying Iowa's practices must be like a bloodbath. Diaco not realizing that he needed to talk to the media after games. God, these are so good. And then the Frost era, I mean, it is full of so many things. Hoodiegate was sliding down the railing staged. 15 to 20 pukes. The improper analyst use, obviously the Oklahoma stuff, rumors of Moose being a drunk 12 to 18 months before he retired, among others. John, there was a part of me that as I thought about this question, and I think you wanting to move it back to the Bo era does throw a wrench into the original question, because I think it comes down to a few things. But to remove one off the table, I really did think for a while, was the stuff surrounding Bill Moose and the statement that they put out like this ultimate representation of how this place can get so dramatic out of nowhere, where there's this rumor that's popping up with Bill Moose. He's drinking a lot, allegedly, and all of these things are happening. Nebraska puts out a statement. Most of the fan base, all of the national media are like, what is this even about? And what does this have to do with anything? Like, it's not my answer, but there's a part of me that thinks you could convince me it should be the answer as quintessential Husker drama over, since 2008.
It's a very good submission, because first of all, if they would have gone through with it, if the rumors had been true and they would have fired him,
yeah,
most of the state would have been shocked, because this was one of those things that almost felt like it only existed in the media sphere.
Yes.
It was never, I mean, we didn't talk about it very much openly, except at the very end, even though we had heard some things, we'd heard some rumblings. And then for it to, and I'm trying to remember the dates on this.
It was 2019. It was like early 2019.
It was basically the day that everything came to a head and they put out the statement.
Yeah.
The hours that led up to that, I mean, it went from like a level 1 to a level 9 in a matter of just a few hours. And it wasn't something that played out in the public.
Correct.
This was not something that had a press conference. This was not something that was, even talked about that much on the message board.
And John, people weren't like debating, what should they do? What should they do?
It was just something that existed that a lot of us who either know people inside the program or knew people who know people inside the program heard something about, but it never really left that bubble. So had it actually come to a head and if Bill Moose actually had been fired that morning, there would have been a lot of people whose jaws would have hit the floor because it literally would have come out of left field. And then it would have been a lot of, basically it would have been a lot of, it would have been the Michael videotape times 100 because, well, what did you guys do? How come you guys didn't say anything? You guys knew something. What was going on? And so in a weird way, even though that probably doesn't resonate with a lot of folks, and understandably so, because again, it didn't live in the public rumor media sphere. It only lived in the insiders or the media sphere. That almost feels like a great answer because it speaks to everything that has been going wrong at Nebraska. So that one kind of lives in almost like in a category by itself.
Yeah.
But it does fit a lot of the criteria for this conversation. Obviously, to me, I mean, if there's a definitive answer, it's the audio tape.
I was going to say, for me, there's two things, and the audio tape is one of them. And you could just say both together, or you could pick out one of them individually. We would probably go with the first one, right, John, since it kind of hung in the ether for 2 years?
Honestly, the second audio tape is just like a postscript. It really, because at the end of the day,
it's the end of the book.
It didn't reveal anything that we didn't already knew. We knew Bo didn't like Sean Eichhorst. It was just hearing some of the language. But because we had the first one, that was the more jarring because that lingered for the entirety of a season. The UCLA game was the third or fourth game of that year in September. And it lingered for the rest of the season and really lingered up until the day he was fired. And that still wasn't for another 2 years.
That was 2013, and he was fired after the end of the next year. So it was, 14, 15 months.
Right. And the actual audio tape itself was recorded in 2012.
11.
Or 11, yes. So really, this story has legs that go back more than 3 years.
Yeah.
But to me, that seems to be the most easy answer because it was really because at the moment that it was released, and I'll still never forget that day.
Oh yeah.
Because
I told you
we all knew about.
I'm the producer that day. John and Michael are at DJ's dugout, and here's how I described it. I don't remember the exact verbiage, but I said something along the lines of it was a commercial break, and I turn on my microphone just to talk to them, and I say, "Guys, it's out," or "It got released," or something. And Michael immediately knew what I meant. And you were like, what? And he was like, the audio tape. And we all knew. That's all we had to say. I didn't have to say Bo Pelini. I didn't have to say Ohio State. I said the thing that happened. And that upended the show. I remember seeing Shane the next day and saying like, hey, how was what kind of phone calls did you get? And he said that the phones were full literally the entire 4 hours or 3 hours, however long their show was. Wall-to-wall phones. And so I was like, oh, wow, so it's going to be one of those days. And sure enough, it was. I will never forget that day. I will never forget the moment. I will never forget the reaction, the fallout, everything that came from that. That's actually my number 2, though, John. I think trying to cancel the Oklahoma game and the drama, I think Dave puts it really well. He says, put me down for backing out of the Oklahoma series. The shock and disbelief, the feeble initial statement, the rotating blame game, the sense that Moose was an absentee AD, and the brainwashed fans who tried to defend it. I think that's a really good one because it truly, for me at least, and I think for you, and I think for most people, it came out of nowhere. The audio tape, you and I knew about it, There were some Husker fans who knew about it. Certainly people at the Husker Sports Network knew about it. Like, that was out there. Literally, the audio was out there. The canceling of the Oklahoma series was this out of nowhere tweet from Brett McMurphy that just kind of upended everything. And it happened in the midst of an offseason that was filled with drama, would culminate with Bill Moose retiring a few months later, the Trev Alberts, Scott Frost, NCAA stuff. Like, 2021 was bonkers because that was the first real moment in time where people were asking if Frost was going to be the guy. And I think that everything that surrounded that Oklahoma series is kind of, it's perfection for this question.
Yeah, if you were looking for what truly defines the bizarre nature of this program and the way it's covered and the way it's followed and the way that, people immediately go to their corners, you're not wrong. The audio tape, or not, the audio tape was, I think the audio tape is the most famous.
Yes.
Because people still talk about it to this day. Nationally, outside of Brett McMurphy, the Oklahoma series didn't get a lot of run. But in terms of just a Nebraska story, yeah, all of the things you just mentioned, because there were a lot of folks who were just dumbfounded by why it would happen. And instantly folks saying, no, he didn't do this. This isn't true. And of course, a lot of the blame went to Brett McMurphy. No, you obviously have this wrong. And even as Oklahoma basically intimated that it was true without actually saying it. But Joe Castiglione, I seem to remember putting out a statement saying, yeah, we're playing this game as scheduled, but it was basically their way of saying, yeah, no, we're not following through on this. Even though there was enough smoke, there wasn't like that definitive, the smoking gun. There wasn't that, we don't have we don't have any audio of it. We don't have any paper trail of how it transpired or anything leading back to Frost. But there was enough circumstantial evidence out there. And then just, putting two and two together, knowing how Frost thinks, knowing how this program had been operated under him. And I know a lot of this might sound a little hindsight 2020, but it seems so damned obvious that he was trying to back out of this game, but trying to do so in a way that it wouldn't come back on him. And I think ultimately, and I'd love to know the story behind this, and I don't know if Bill Moose's book, which is still supposedly coming out.
Oh, yeah, the Bill Moose book
is going to shed any additional light on this. My gut tells me it won't. But that I think that this was an attempt to throw out a trial balloon to see how people would react. And if folks wouldn't have reacted that negatively to it, I think they would have gone through with it, or at least tried to go through with it. But because even some of the more ardent Frost fans were like, whoa, wait a minute. This is the Oklahoma series. We've been waiting forever for this. This is the game of the century, 50th anniversary, this, that, and the other thing. There's no way we're going to let this happen.
Yeah.
That they had to immediately eject. And by that time, you were already too low to safely eject and parachute down to earth. This thing was going to crash. You were going to break some limbs leaving that airplane. And that to me just, it just showed how little foresight, how just low attention to detail, just not being able to read the room was one of the biggest faults that Scott Frost had as a coach.
Yeah, 100%. It's the 50th anniversary of the game of the century. It's everything about that rivalry. It's everything about that matchup. Yeah, I mean, I think the two that we mentioned are the most obvious ones. What haven't we mentioned that you think fits this criteria too? Or is a real good representation of everything?
How about Adrian Martinez having lupus?
That's a really good one, especially given that the actual injury is true, that his jaw was broken.
It was true. It was broken, and just the way, again, another terrible read of the room, or just an arrogance that Frost possessed. And I know all coaches have a degree of arrogance, but you can have arrogance to the point where you just look stupid. And this was another one of those examples where, going off on somebody. I mean, in a lot of ways, that was Frost's Schlossnagle moment where, Schlossnagle takes affront to a question that obviously hits too close to home, and he just decides, I'm going to go off on the media instead. And while Frost didn't directly go off on the media in those comments, I mean, he was essentially making fun of the notion that Adrian is hurt, and why would you even ask that question? And then went on this, spiel about all these different things that he allegedly has, when the injury that was asked about, and it was very common sense. I mean, we saw what happened. He got jacked in the jaw. He had to come off the field. He missed a series. He came back in, and it didn't seem like he was the same player since. And all the signs were there, and yet Frost still played it dumb and tried to gaslight an entire state.
Yeah. Another one, and this isn't the answer, but I did want to give this one a little bit of mention. And it's like everything that surrounds Bob Diaco becoming the DC, and you go all the way back to the bloodbath thing from Banker. Remember that day when he got fired? I think we had just gone off the air, or we're just about to go off the air when the news comes down that Mark Banker is fired. Yeah. I think we ended up doing an extra hour from it. And then Diaco shows up, and he's a goofball and a goober, and eventually reporting shows that iCourse essentially wanted him to be the next head coach, said he was the best coach on campus, a campus that then and still includes John Cook. And then everything about Diaco in season, the reasonable reason, the just him, his entire nature, how he always dressed so well in these press conferences. He shows up to get fired wearing the Argyle sweater. Like, from beginning to end, his entire time was just wild. And I kick myself for a lot of things, but one of the things that I am most disappointed about myself is you nailed it with that, and I just was totally oblivious. And I was like, he's going to be great. He's going to be an awesome defensive coordinator. But you didn't like it. Not so much because of him, but because of how it happened. And you recognize that going all the way back to the Banker firing. Because iCourse, if I remember right, Mike Riley wasn't even in town when iCourse pulled the trigger on Banker?
Nope.
Unreal.
Nope, he was not. He was
Unreal.
not. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of got his own little chapter. But I kind of file that away to, just a quirky outsider. The thing, even though Pelini's not of Nebraska, he was shirt-tail enough because of his time here in 2003 where he felt like Nebraska, and obviously Frost checks off all the boxes. Another one, I mean, again, most of these don't rise to the level of the two big ones that we talked about, but the whole practicing during COVID and the awkward press conference, and Trev Alberts and the famous picture of him grabbing Frost by the elbow and trying to end the press conference as Frost is standing there with his arms crossed and just looking like, he got, caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
So funny.
A classic visual, just a classic visual. But yeah, I give Mark a lot of credit, man. He went back. He mentioned some ones I had forgotten, honestly, or, hadn't really thought of before. The Marcus Washington legal case.
That's and Jordan just mentioned that the Maurice Washington, not Marcus Washington.
Marcus, yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maurice
two Washingtons are near the same time, but yeah, that's a good one because that's I mean, there's a lot that goes into that, and it really starts painting this picture of Frost kind of being able to do whatever he wanted, and Moose not really.
That was the first sign to me that Frost is trying to, really use his power, and not necessarily for the right reasons. I mean, not hiring a proper attorney, trying to take it all in house. everything about that just did not pass the smell test.
Yeah.
In terms of how it was handled here internally, not even mentioning just the crime or the incident that actually happened.
Yeah. Not to just keep bringing up Frost stuff, but the hoodie gate with Minnesota is another really, really weird one, just because it didn't make a whole lot of sense. Like a lot of the things of that era that was just kind of very confusing. We're like, what? Why is this a thing? And I remember, being at the station on one of the following days, Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, and looking up at the TV, and they were talking about it on PTI. And it's like, man, when a random innocuous comment, say what you will about Wilbon and Kornheiser, but when that makes it onto PTI, it's like, wow, this is very, very strange. And that was one of the more strange moments of that era.
Well, the good news is in let's see, what is it, 7 in the 18, we'll call it, months of the Matt Rule era, I don't think we have had anything that would even scratch Dave's list.
No, I'm trying to think of what would be the most weird drama thing that's happened around here.
Honestly, and by the way, one of the criteria for this question was it was off field. We're not talking about drama on the field, like a controversial call or a decision. Anything that's happened with Rule, the decision to throw the ball on 3rd and goal when the field goal would have given them the lead, But in terms of the off-field stuff, it's been the only thing has been, and it wasn't even Rule, it was Trev Alberts. It was Alberts leaving.
Yeah.
That's the only thing, and that's not even really directly, traceable back to Matt Rule. But in 18 months, we haven't had anything that would scratch this list that Dave Feit has put together of all of the bizarre, goofy, Nebraska-like dramas that have dotted this program for the better part of 2 decades.
Yeah, you're 100% right, John. The biggest one would be the athletic director leaving. I can't think of anything with Matt Rule. I can't think of anything that has happened that we're like, wow, that's weird.
Gauntlet has been thrown down, Matt Rule. You need to try harder. You need to try harder to give us goofy things to talk about outside of the games.
Yes, please.
All right, coming up next, Josh has a rant.
Oh, God. Man, and Joey is here for this. I don't know if I want Joey to be here for this.
Is this
rant.
about the Dallas Cowboys?
It is about the Dallas Cowboys. I'm canceling the rant. The rant is canceled.
By the way, going back to our famous NFL touchdowns, we didn't mention any of the Green Bay rushing touchdowns from that wild card game last year. All
don't
of those,
need to,
or the pick 6 interception. Those
don't need
to. All very iconic touchdowns.
We could talk about the famous touchdown from the Eagles, most recently the Philly special against Tom Brady and the Patriots. That was one.
That was one, Joey. That was one that I had thought of too, and it just never came up. But that's a really good one.
Because other teams were trying to replicate that. The Patriots tried to replicate that with Tom Brady later in that game. That failed. I think the Chiefs did that with Mahomes in one of the few years after that happened. Not too sure.
I would say if you did the most famous Super Bowl touchdown of the last decade, I would say that the Philly special is probably number 1. I can't think of one that's more famous.
And how about this? Because before that interception from Russell Wilson to Malcolm Butler, there was that crazy catch from, I think, was that Kurtz? He was on the ground. He got up a little bit.
Ball falls into his arm. Yeah.
And he got to the end zone. That'd probably be number 1 right there.
Yep. All right. Well, we will continue and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on Topic Alert, Jan 6 in July on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Grant Brix's smile.
Yeah, what do you think's going on?
It's very big.
That looks like a guy who's just happy he ate 21 tacos.
He really does look pleased with himself.
The sunglasses, the giant sombrero, the whole thing. That guy walked over there from his house. I'd like to all-you-can-eat tacos, please. And then he just said, keep them coming.
We're back, baby. The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your afternoon with a high of 81 today in Omaha and a bit breezy with northwesterly gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Staying clear tonight, a low of 61 with light winds. Tomorrow, your Saturday, a severe weather day for a chance of scattered showers and storms into the afternoon, few of which may become severe with large hail and damaging winds possible. A high of 84. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KUTV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Currently, as far as wrecks are concerned, you have nothing major to avoid. We are getting a report of delays on L Street for both directions around 90th. A slight delay on westbound Industrial Road just before 144th. Same goes on 204th at West Center Road for both directions. And then if you're west on Dodge, a slight delay between 108th and 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
It's the Lotto America Ticket Snap. Buy a Lotto America with All-Star Bonus ticket and enter online for a chance to win Nebraska football Skybox season tickets and other great football prizes. Lotto America top prize odds, 1 in 26 million.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
I'll kick that 3-year-old's ass.
On 1620 The Zone.
Well, we hope you have enjoyed Topic Alert Jan 6 in July. No guests today. Just a bunch of generic topics.
Great topics, I would say.
Nothing time sensitive or pressing or anything like that.
And it was live the whole time, John. We've been on live.
We've been live the whole time. See that flag whipping in the background? It's doing that live. It's happening.
Yeah, see me drinking this beer right now. It's happening live.
It's happening live. All the way live. Well,
there was a world where this was going to be a recorded show that we had done over the course of like a week and a half, which would have been funny if we would have kept the video because our outfits would have changed over and over and over.
But that would have
required work.
Yeah, that would have
been harder work than today has been.
Yeah, I'll admit today's been a very easy, relaxing day. Just kick back and just shoot the breeze. That's what we do.
Friends, that's what
and now it's time for me to enjoy a little Schadenfreude because Josh apparently has a rant he's been withholding for the last several days regarding, and sadly not a show can go by without some mention of MAGA's team and the crappy stranglehold they seem to have on all the low IQ people of this nation. But
low IQ, we're very smart and handsome, John.
But you say you have a rant about the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and it starts with a question mainly because I feel like you are the perfect person to ask this question, and that is, how do you...
Yes, they should disband. They should go away. Get rid of them.
How do you, as an emotional sports fan, like I am with the Dallas Cowboys, how do you go into a season that seems like it's going to be the end of a road, but there's not going to be like this nice reward at the end of the road? Because it seems like this year, John, with Dallas, it seems like it's going to be the end of an era, and barring an unforeseen run to the Super Bowl, it's not really going to leave with a whole lot of hardware. It will leave with regular season success. I was talking about it. I can't remember who. I was talking about it with somebody the other day about the Dak Prescott contract. And it was a Cowboys fan that I met. And I was just like, yeah, you know what? I don't think he wants to be there anymore. He being Dak. And I don't think the Cowboys want Dak to be there anymore either. I think that both parties just want to separate. And I think that that's why we have gotten to this day, July 5th at 5:30 p.m. live. I think that's why we've gotten to this time. And he is still, contractless beyond this season. He's not extended. CeeDee Lamb's not extended. Mike McCarthy has 1 year left on his deal. They hired Mike Zimmer. He has one year on his deal. Like, all these coaches are 1 year deals. These players are 1 year deals. Micah Parsons is saying, like, yeah, I barely talked to him. I've said 20 words to Mike Zimmer. Now that quote's like a month old, but still, it's like, what? Wait, you're not talking to your defensive coordinator? CeeDee Lamb, he's not going to show up to camp. Everything is horrible right now. And the only way out of this, again, is that unforeseen Super Bowl run. And instead, they're probably going to blow it up, and they'll probably take a big step back. And it makes this season, like, I'm excited because I like football. I'm not excited for this team, though, because it seems like it will probably implode more than it will be anything good. And so I need advice from you, because you're a Cubs fan. And so you enter like every year not expecting them to do anything good. And now I've been broken. My spirit has been broken. And you said in January, oh, you'll get back. I'm still not there, man. I'm still depressed and I'm still sad. And Joey is smiling, and this is even worse because he is here and he's participating on the show today.
Well, I listen, I still think you're going to get back to it, especially, like, let's say they beat Cleveland in week 1.
Cool. They beat the Browns.
You're going to, well, listen, I guarantee you're going to talk yourself into glory
hole.
Yes, a lot of glory hole. I guess in a weird way, this is like going into the 2021 season where it looked like, the end was near on the Cubs, the core, the Anthony Rizzos, the Chris Bryants, that group that was supposed to be the group to, carry the Cubs to multiple championships. This for the Cowboys is it looks like it's like a very, 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 very poor man's end of the road for Tom Brady and the Patriots.
Yeah.
Because you're focusing really on a quarterback, and while you don't have the coach, the Belichick figure who, has been at the helm all those years, you do have the ownership factor with the Jones family. And so in a lot of ways, what's really going to be interesting, assuming that, Dallas doesn't re-sign him, is because it's obvious to me, both parties will be better off without each other. I think in the long run, both parties will be better off without each other. The Dak and the Cowboys together are not going to win any championships. But separately, I think they have a better chance of winning without each other. I think Dak has talent to lead a team. I mean, he's obviously got the talent.
He's so sweaty, though, John. He's so sweaty all the time.
But he's obviously got the talent to lead teams to wins.
Sure.
Winning has not been the problem. It's been in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's just being around the right people. It's being around the right circumstances. Now, the thing about Dak is you wonder if the Cowboy experience has kind of jaded him, because let's face it, wherever he goes after this, the fact that he was the Dallas Cowboy quarterback who couldn't win a championship is going to follow with him.
Sure.
So that's not going away. And And so but then looking at it from the Dallas side, if they continue to draft well, and they have, it all comes down to if they can get the right people in place to overcome being a Cowboy. And I don't mean that derisively. Since Jerry Jones took over this team, and it's always been, the America's team thing, all of that stuff. It was a different world back in the 70s and 80s with Tom Landry, right? I mean, Dallas was still a very popular franchise, but the constant soap opera-like drama wasn't nearly as pronounced as it is today. And the reason why the Jimmy Johnson teams won was because they had not just the right players, they had the right personalities who could live in that bubble and live in it comfortably.
Yeah.
And that's Dallas's biggest issue. It's not that they haven't had good players, but it's having the right combination of great players who can live in that bubble. It is a bubble unlike any other bubble. Even though, and I'm not of Dallas, and I don't, I know the Dallas media, they cover the Cowboys as intensely as any other major city like New York, San Francisco, Chicago. But you're
going to be on First Take all the time. You're going to be talked about by Skip Bayless all the time.
Yes, because of the aura of the franchise and what it means to a lot of people and how popular they are, and just the nature of, just how Jerry Jones has allowed this franchise to be run.
Yeah.
They're always going to be in it. But that's the thing with Dallas. It's not just balloons. Yeah. It's not just about having great players. It's about having great players that are comfortable living in that bubble, because it's different than New York. It's different than Washington. It's different than Chicago. It's just different.
Well, John, isn't it more akin to living in the bubble of playing with LeBron James, or living in the bubble of the Cubs pre-2016, living in the bubble of the Red Sox pre-2004? It's not so much the market, it's the franchise and the lack of success, or in the case of LeBron, just you're always talked about. And if he wins, he's the reason. If he loses, sometimes you are the reason that they lost. And I think that what you said is so apt. And I've liked Dak, right? I've defended him, and I know I've been joking a lot lately about he always is sweaty in big games, but he's a guy, in terms of a quarterback to lead your team, how he handles himself, there's a lot to like about him. There's a lot to love about him, given that it seems like he takes stuff personally. I think he represents the franchise well, no matter where he's at. I don't think it's because he's a Cowboy. I think if he was a quarterback of any team, you'd be like, yeah, that's a guy that I'd like to root for. He's kind of dorky, but in a fun way, right? He went under anesthesia for 12 hours to get a tattoo. Okay, that's weird, but all right. I'll get behind you if you try hard and you give a crap, and he does. But it seems like, and I listen to a handful of Cowboys pods, and man, they talk about Mike McCarthy, and one of the things that a few people have said is they don't think that he really understood exactly what he was getting into. And that was a guy who coached in Green Bay, right? Titletown, USA. You win a Super Bowl, you get a street named after you. And even he has been taken aback by what it's like to be the coach of the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. And if that's the case with him, that could be the case with anybody. Not to make everything about Nebraska, but, we spent some time earlier talking about these various eras. Bo Pelini had been a DC. Scott Frost had been the quarterback. And I'm guessing that even they were taken aback by oh my gosh, when you are the head coach here, it means something else entirely. And I think that it's like that on steroids for everybody involved with the Cowboys, whether it's a coach, whether it's an assistant, whether it's a quarterback, whether it's a left tackle. I think that it's like that for all those guys.
Tony on our YouTube comments say, I lived in Dallas briefly, and those fans have similarities to Nebraska football fans. Yes, it's a different bubble. It is.
Yeah.
The difference with the Cowboys is it's it's both a local and a national bubble.
It's both at the same time, yeah.
And nothing gets past anybody.
Yeah.
Nothing. I mean, an off-field incident that happens with the Cowboys is different than that same off-field incident happening with the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, yeah.
It just is. And the way it's handled, the way it's discussed, the way it's fretted over, the way everyone's got to have a take about it. It's just different. And again, that's why it's almost, I don't want to say it's more important, but it feels like it's as important. Whatever player you are, however good you are, you've got to be willing and comfortable living with that sky above your head as much as you have to be a great player, because it is just very different there. It's different than being a New York Yankee. I think about the only franchise that is close to the Cowboys in terms of the external pressures that are placed upon you, both locally and nationally, might be the Lakers.
Yep. Same.
And I think Dallas is.
Yeah, because it's football.
Bigger than all of them.
Yep.
They're bigger than all of them. And
they haven't won a title since 95, whereas the Lakers have won, 6 of them this century.
Yeah. So, yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
So did I get you on my side, or are you rooting for the Cowboys this year? John, it's good to have you. Thank you for joining. Go Cowboys! Beat the Browns!
These have been the greatest 30 years of my life. The Rams have won 2 Super Bowls, the Cubs have won a World Series, and the Cowboys have disappointed. I mean, and it's not that they have sucked necessarily.
No, they're good. They're just good enough, those jerks.
They're just good enough, and then they pull the rug out from underneath you. It's been the greatest 30 years of my life.
It's just too bad Josh has to wait all day to watch those games instead of waiting for a noon kickoff.
Well played, Joey. Oh, yeah, this is a reminder. Joey was wrong. Joey, do you want to – now, Joey, this is time for you to fess up. Joey, say it. I was wrong.
I was wrong. But there's still
go.
an opportunity where that Buccaneers game could be changed to a noon game.
Yep.
So, all the way in December, a long ways away.
Joey,
a long ways away.
By the way, I got another favorite or greatest NFL touchdown in history.
Yeah.
Darnell Savage pick 6 that got the Packers up 27-0.
That was not that good.
In the wild card.
So there are a few people, Joey, who have reached out and said, I'm surprised that Joey didn't mention the Antonio Freeman touchdown against the Vikings.
I was too young for that moment.
What?
My favorite one was the BJ Raji pick 6 in the NFC title game against the Bears.
That was funny. I was rooting for the Packers in that game. That was hilarious.
All right, we're wrapping things up here. We got some news on a new restaurant coming to town and what's for dinner and more. So stick around. We'll be right back. It's Topic Alert, Jan 6 in July on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way. And it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
If you're a licensed real estate agent in Nebraska or Iowa looking to take your career to the next level, Modern Real Estate is seeking outgoing, high-energy individuals to join the team. Whether you prefer a salary-based, commission-based, or hybrid compensation structure, they have options to fit your needs. With leads provided, you can focus on what you do best, closing deals and achieving success. Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to work with a dynamic and innovative company. Email your real estate experience to Tyler@modernrealestateco.com and start building your future with Modern Real Estate today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. Now that we got through the spring and we're in the summer, what's better for summer than ice cream? I always say, get yourself a bucket load. Now, I know they don't sell it by the buckets at Ted and Wally's, but they do sell it by the pint. They do sell it by the half gallon. All you got to do is call ahead to get yours reserved today. And so many flavors. Go on social media, whether it's Facebook or on Twitter, and they have a list of the day's ice creams for both locations. That's in the old market, of course, and in Benson. Swing by there, get yourself some great ice cream this summer, and tell them Severe sent you.
Last chance to stock up for summer. Stampede Ranch Farms has 20 ribeyes for $40. Visit the big truck and tent at Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. Steak, chicken, pork chops, and seafood. Stock up now at prices on meat you haven't seen since 2019. Bulk family party packs to fill your freezer. Get to the truckload meat sale at Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. 20 ribeyes for $40. Huge truckload meat sale is going fast. Huge bulk deals on New York strips, fillets, mega ribeyes, gourmet smash burgers, plus chicken and seafood. All payments accepted. Cash, credit, debit, and EBT. Look for the big truck and big tent and signs that say 20 ribeyes for $40. Plus huge bulk deals on steak, chicken, seafood, and pork. Tractor Supply in Council Bluffs at the end of South Expressway. Find all weekend for 20 ribeyes for $40 at the truckload meat sale only at Tractor Supply, Council Bluffs.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The backseat. Check the backseat. All right, come here. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hello there, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Hey, planning a trip to a state park, one of Nebraska's 76 state parklands? Excellent. But don't forget your state park permit, money for camping fees and other activities, a fishing permit if you want to wet a line, and oh yeah, a 6-foot leash for Scruffy, your pet. Thank you, and we'll see you out there. I'm Greg Wagner with Nebraska Game and Parks.
1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Back here on the Grum as we're getting ready to wind things down. We'll be back next week. Well, some of us will be back next week. Nick will be gone again.
Joey, are you producing again on Monday?
No, that will be Peterman.
All right.
I'll be your afternoon traffic guy throughout the week.
All right.
All right. So if you
I'll
get
be
in an
here.
accident, next week during PM rush, you can blame Joey.
Probably nothing will happen because I've been doing the mornings and nothing's been going on. I was here
Yeah,
this
traffic's a
morning.
little light right now.
Yeah.
Well, it is a holiday weekend and people aren't working as much, though we are.
Yeah.
We are working. We
Look
are
at us.
Work.
I do like this. Somebody mentioned it earlier, John, real quick, that this should be a yearly tradition. I like this. The topic alert around the 4th of July. I think this could become a fun new thing where we just, we add up a bunch of things over the course of a couple of weeks and then we dive into them. I've enjoyed today's show. It's been nice.
All right, we'll do that. If Nick were here, he could make a calendar invite for it next June. But we'll make this a yearly tradition. Topic alert and 6 in July who knows? Maybe there'll be another infamous date in American history that will take the place. By the time
The old people are going to storm the Capitol when Joe Biden gets pushed out. They're going to be so pissed. What are you doing? We should be in charge forever.
Oh, good grief. All right, quickly getting off that subject.
All right.
Remember our buddy K Ford?
Oh, yeah, Mr. K Ford. Don't call me Chevy.
Well, he did his projected college football playoff. Now, this is based on his projections of using his power rankings of, what everyone's season is going to be. Okay. And this is what he came up with. Let's blow this up a little bit for those of you watching in on the stream. So tell me what you would think of this. Okay. So your playoff first round games, the 8 seed Penn State.
Oh.
I wonder if anyone has ever called them Pennsylvania State.
It's been a while. That's like something that Frank DeFord probably did back in the day.
I think I'm gonna start referring to them as
Pennsylvania State.
Pennsylvania State University.
I like it.
Against the Louisiana State University.
Oh,
no one ever calls them Louisiana State. It's always
John,
LSU.
You want to talk about the dream that we all have, South coming north. That would be a good one. Penn State hosting a playoff game in December. No one wants to go to State College, PA in December. Sign me up for watching that game on Saturday night, December 21st.
The 5 seed Oregon versus the 12 seed Boise State. So, hey, Boise wouldn't have to travel far.
Plus, LeGarrette Blount, remember him? He punched a guy one time.
The 6 seed Texas hosting the 11 seed Ole Miss.
There's a part of me that wonders. No, I guess I don't have their schedules in front of me. Would that be a rematch this year? I wonder if the committee, if they're going to try to avoid rematches. That's one of the many questions that I have for the playoff.
Hey, Josh,
they do not play this year.
Quick question on the LeGarrette Blount punch.
Yeah.
Was Scott Frost involved with that?
He was. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, he wasn't involved
but he was holding him back.
He held him back. Yeah.
He actually did the right thing.
Thank you, Scott. Good work, Scott.
Ole Miss does not play Texas.
So that would not be a rematch. So I guess it'd be weird though. But yeah, we got to get used to it. We got to get ready for it. But either way.
Let's see. And how about this? This is a rematch
of last year.
Of last year's Rose Bowl. Alabama, the 7 seed, hosting 10 seed Michigan.
When is the last time that those two teams played in Tuscaloosa? Has that ever happened that they played each other in Tuscaloosa? I'm going to Winspedia
last
right
year's
now.
matchup, the first ever matchup between Alabama and Michigan?
No, it was the 6th matchup.
Oh, okay.
looks like, John, the other games, bowl games. Dude, I think they've only played in bowl games. So this would be the first ever game on campus between these two programs. That'd be fun.
And then again, K Ford's using his projections, but the 7 seed Alabama would then go to the 2 seed Ohio State. The 6 seed Texas, assuming they beat Ole Miss, would go to the 3 seed Florida State. And how about this? Bringing the Pac-12 back together.
Let's go.
The 5 seed Oregon traveling to the 4 seed Utah.
No, remember, real quick, John, these are not traveling to. These would be bowl games.
Well, okay, but Utah gets to wear the bright-colored uniform.
I know. I just want to make sure you knew.
And Georgia would host Penn State or play Penn State.
Those are fun.
And
Those
then,
games are fun.
And then the semis. Now, again, this is interesting. According to his projections, it's not chalk.
Yeah.
Oregon would beat Utah, so Georgia would play Oregon, and Texas would beat Florida State, so it would be Texas and Ohio State.
So it'd be 2 SEC and 2 Big Ten teams in the Final Four.
And then Georgia, Ohio State for the national championship. With Georgia
Look, Ryan Day loses again. Classic Ryan Day.
Off to the side, he does have the remainder of his top 30. So the teams that would just miss out would be Notre Dame, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Clemson, and Missouri.
Interesting.
Be the first 5 teams out. But that's K Ford's adjusted or current projected college football playoff. Obviously, it won't necessarily go that way. I wonder what the now we'll do this when we get to because we did kind of change out 25 teams last year. I wonder if we have to reimagine 25 teams again this year, because maybe we look at it from opponents, we look at it from
Should we try to find like some good group of 5 teams that could be in the playoff mix? That's a fun idea.
Yes,
That's a good idea.
We get maybe the top 3 group of 5 candidates that we see in there, which means maybe we get to talk about Liberty.
Oh, boy. Dude, have we ever had a guest on to talk about Liberty? I cannot imagine that that's ever been the case.
Well, I'm
have to
sure
get a political reporter, probably.
I'm sure Nick has Jerry Falwell Jr.'s number on speed dial. Before we break, let's get to what's for dinner.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I didn't know this about old Shaquille O'Neal. He's become quite the restaurateur, or at least he's of restaurants. I mean, he's a stakeholder in Papa John's. He's got a lot of franchises. Did you know that he also has a chicken restaurant?
No, I had no idea.
I heard about this.
Well, it's coming to Omaha.
Oh.
According to the Omaha World Herald, the restaurant is called Big Chicken. I mean, basically, it's a fast casual chicken restaurant.
Is it fingers or is it actual fried chicken?
It's fingers, it's sandwiches, it's popcorn chicken.
Okay.
But they currently have 20 restaurants in 12 states, including restaurants inside sporting venues. But they're apparently bringing Big Chicken to Omaha. They've got a variety of crispy chicken sandwiches, tenders, nuggets, and side items like their signature Cheez-It topped mac and cheese.
Oh. Well, that's perfect, because tonight, I don't remember if I mentioned this the other day, we ended up not doing fried chicken yesterday. We're doing fried chicken and mashed potatoes tonight.
Well, the wife and I are going out to dinner, so.
Oh, enjoy. What about you, Joey?
I don't know. I got some tamales at home. I got some ramen. I don't know. We'll find out. It's a surprise.
Tamale and ramen. Interesting.
One or the other.
We're glad you all enjoyed Topic Alert. We'll be back with more of a traditional show on Monday. We'll see.
Yeah,
Have a
maybe.
great weekend if it hasn't already
Bye.
started for you jerks.